Good morning, Cooterville. Come on in and welcome back to Every Day with Jay. My name is Jay. I'm your host today and every day on this channel. Welcome in. Good morning. Happy Thursday. How are you guys doing? Are you guys surviving since the big drop last night? I got to thank a few people down here. We got some new cooters. We got Chuck Anderson's granddaughter. Chuck Anderson is a very, very lucky guy to have his granddaughter here in Cooterville. Flo gifted 5 cooterships very generously. Salty came in with a $5 super chat. She said, number 1. And last but not least, the cop wife, cop mom has entered Cooterville. Thank you guys for your support. I hope you guys are all awake, having a good morning. Let's give an official welcome into Cooterville this morning. Let's let the ladies welcome you in.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs. Oops, I forgot my coasters over here. So we got a lot to go over today. I hope you guys are in good moods today. It's cold, it's sunny, and we're here. We are here. Kevin, you are a member. Look at you. You got a membership gift, Kevin. You're green. Come on in and close your legs. Nash Native, it's so good to see you in here. You two Jammers and Pines coming in to moderate this morning. So let's talk about this. Hold on. Let me, I've got all the blinds open today, so my lighting is really off. But it's okay. I'm going to put myself down here. Oops. Ooh, Runaway Jay. Okay. So let's take a look at this. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to say. On the left is yesterday's video. On the right is a video from the last 7 days. What in the pure fuck is going on here? Is this her? Why does she look so different? What's going on? Hold on one second. I gotta move this light. Too bright. Hold on. Okay, that should be better. It's cool in Southport, I know. But what is going on here? This doesn't seem right. It can't be AI because it's a video. We saw it. The eyebrows are dropped. The eyes are different. The face is different. The face is rounder. Did she have like an appointment? Good morning, Evelyn. Swollen? Maybe she went back to the doctor? I don't know. Is Pace on the left and Lauren on the right? I don't know. She deleted 2 comments in her comments about her face, asking about her face. I mean, she doesn't even look like the same person, y'all. Her face is very puffy. You think that's what it is? Jammers. If you're just joining, so the picture on the left is from her video she dropped last night. And then the video on the right is a video from like the past 7 days. The haircut is definitely not flattering, but something just doesn't look right. This woman has more looks than, I mean, she's got like a million different looks. It's wild. It looks like her face has merged with Grayson's face. It kind of does. You think it's booze? Definitely filters. You think she's trying to look like Annie Elise? That's what I think too. It's not AI though. It's her from her actual videos. Lindsay, they're like within the same week. They're in the same week. So that's what's so weird. She said she has an autoimmune disease. Don't re-victimize her. Maybe she just got fillers. I mean, look at the lips. The lips are definitely plumper. The cheeks are plumper. But man, I mean, she looks like a dude. I ain't gonna lie. It's weird. She looks like a guy in the left. I don't know, man. Something's going on. Something ain't right. An AI filter. I don't think it's a filter, y'all. It matches her wedding situation. So many different looks. Identity crisis. Yeah. She doesn't know who she is. She doesn't know who she is. Hey, WB. No, I mean, she definitely had the eyebrows lowered. You can't deny that. The eyebrows have been lowered for sure, which has probably fucked up her whole face. Stop fucking with your face, Lauren. Stop. Shapeshifter. I don't know, guys. If you figure it out, let me know. I don't know. I don't know anybody who's ever filled their face to this point where they get swollen. But why would she be on prednisone? For what? She's trying to look like Annie. It's weird. I wonder if she took a picture of Annie to her doctor and said, make me look like this. Make me look like her. I don't know. I mean, it's not working, Lauren, if that's what you're trying to do. She ate McSpunky. I can't feel my face when I'm with you, but I love it. But I love it. We also have a new little GIF. I can't wait for your reactions. So weird. Somehow she looks younger. So you might see that. You might see that pop up every now and then as a joke. But before we get into Gigi's call with the cop, I have a couple videos I want you to see for context. This will be fun. Let's get that pulled up here. Let's get Ashley Banfield. We got Ashley Banfield. So we're going to go back in time about 2 years before we listen to Gigi, because there's a lot of history with Lauren and Gigi. Lots of it. The tongues are real too, by the way. That's not AI. That's not anything. That is for real. Her tongue really did that. That's what's so amazing about it. Look, her tongue actually did that. Lizard people. All right. The puke bucket will be passed around during this live stream if you need to use it. All right. So we're going to watch a little bit of Gigi and Lauren together 2 years ago. You guys ready? Let's see if we can pick up on a little bit of the vibe going on between Walwyn and Gigi 2 years ago. You guys ready?
Murdered, he says, and you're laughing. This is what he says to his mother. Painful. Absolutely. One day you'll understand, she says. Not today, that's for sure. I want to bring in two other people who were in that courtroom in the courthouse today. Lauren Matthias is the host of the Hidden True Crime podcast, and Gigi McKelvey is the host of Pretty Lies and Alibi.
Thank you for becoming a cooter, Remy June. Welcome in. Come on in and close your legs.
The podcast. All right, ladies. Wow. I can't imagine the drama between the son and the mother and the jury and what they're to make of this. Gigi, start me off with this and how this landed on the jury.
Well, I think that, everybody kind of had a look of disbelief when he announced himself as Lori Vallow's son. I don't think they expected to hear from him. And, he got a lot of looks of sympathy from that jury.
Look at Lauren.
They understand the weight of what he's been done.
She's like, I've officially made it. I'm on Banfield. I know, look how different she looks here. Hold on. 2 years ago up top. In the past week down below. What is going on? It's so weird.
dealt. And it was not lost on this jury. Lots, men and women both, just giving him that look of, wow, you know, you've got a lot on your plate.
Boy, I'll say. You know, Lauren, I want to read this this text. They talked a lot about texting. I'm not going to read the text, but what Colby was upset about was he confronted his mother saying, I was getting all these texts from my sister, but it didn't sound like my sister. In fact, I don't believe now it was my sister. It seems to line up with the timeline where my sister was dead and buried. And this is what Colby said on the call. He said, you lied to me, specifically to me more times than I can count about this, to know that they're gone and you knew. And my phone's being texted by my little sister who's not even alive. My little brother who's the sweetest little kid ever. You tell me this is God's will for my whole
2 years,
family,
yep.
including my stepfather, to be dead? In the meantime, Lauren, with all of these things being said.
Was this before Lauren hooked up with Colby 2 years ago?
We're hearing that Lori kind of laughs and jokes and she seems jovial during the breaks. Is that, I mean, it doesn't seem like it's possible.
You know, I think it's possible because I think she's honestly disassociating from this. And I want to say this is a moment in court that you just read that will never be forgotten. This was a moment that, you know, the audio's out there now. It was incredible hearing this jailhouse call between Lori and her son Colby, and seeing Colby up there looking almost just as angry as, feeling just as angry as he was in this call. And when that happened, yes, I mean, there were moments.
Welcome, Donna.
I do want to say, Ashley, that she was crying, but she would get rid of those emotions very fast. Don't you agree? Like, it was like a very quick change, and yes, then she'd be smiling and then she'd be laughing, and it was just like the jailhouse call. At one moment she starts, as Colby's yelling at her on this call we all hear, she starts laughing, and it's very similar to her demeanor in court. One moment she's upset, one moment she's angry, and then the next moment she's looking like she's wiping some tears, and then she's smiling with the defense, her counsel.
Thank you for watching. Go to
Okay, that's the
newsnationnow.com.
first one. Now here's another one. Let's watch this one. Then we're going to get into the body cam.
Now comes word it might not have been a paintball gun. Now comes word that Lori texted that night, Alex, he quote, can't do anything right. What? She texts, he can't do anything right, the night that Tammy Daybell shot at. Now we find out JJ and Tammy were both asphyxiated. And those poor jurors, they had to be exposed to the remains of those children, the pictures of the remains shown in court.
Gigi's tiny.
Horrible. Joining me outside that court, outside the Ada County Courthouse, is Lauren Matthias, host of the Hidden True Crime podcast, and Gigi McKelvey, host of Pretty Lies and Alibis. They have diligently sat through all of this.
What is she wearing? What is this? Lauren. She work in construction? She want to be seen? Like, what the fuck? Look at Gigi all cute in her little blazer, her cute little earrings. And then you got Lauren in this fucking bright yellow trash bag looking thing. What the fuck?
Testimony. Lauren, I'm going to start with you. We also
It's
got a
blowing in the
shopping
wind.
list of what Lori was buying to prepare for her beach wedding on the account of her dead husband. What'd you learn?
Oh my goodness, yeah. You know, not only did we learn that she was shopping for a beach wedding dress.
Hold on.
We also learned that they had a thing for Malachi. When I say they, I mean Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, the two who got married on the beach in Hawaii. And we were searching for wedding rings.
The same wedding ring you ended up buying for your husband, weirdo? Oh my God. I can't. Now knowing what we know about the wedding rings.
Beach wedding dress. We also learned that they had a thing for Malachi. When I say they, I mean Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, the two who got married on the beach in Hawaii. And we were searching for wedding rings made out of malachite.
and a men's linen shirt and men's linen pants and a bathing suit so that the vacation would be complete. She's buying her soon-to-be husband's linen outfit for the beach wedding while his wife is still alive. Jurors are not going to like that. They're not going to like it one bit. So, Gigi, here's the big question, and it is massive.
The
it
big
might
question,
be the only
Gigi.
question. What's missing? What did these prosecutors not tell this jury in this opening that connects Lori to the murders or to a
Bada bing, yes,
conspiracy?
Janice.
I mean, that's a loaded question. I think that they can't bring in the prior bad acts. And I think the fact that Charles was murdered by her brother Alex was missing because there's going to be a lot of questions about this dynamic. How did Charles die? They're not going to know this. So I think that's missing, but it can't come in. Also, I just really feel like the openings were very...
Gigi's like, I really feel like I can't see right now. Her shirt's so fucking bright. I need some sunglasses.
short. I was surprised, actually. But I think, too, it was smart in this case. There's so many players, so many different people that are associated. You can't throw that into openings because you overwhelm and confuse the jury. So I think the way they're staggering it a bit is maybe the best route to go with how convoluted this case is.
Big Bird.
It's a heck of a story to tell. Okay, real quickly, Lauren, Larry and Kay were both in the courtroom, and from what I gather, they both had their eyes fixed on Lori. Can you describe it?
Yeah, they did. In fact, Gigi was actually in the courtroom today. I was in the remote viewing area. I'll be in the courtroom tomorrow. It's
You weren't even in the courtroom. Why are we talking to you? Why are we talking to you? We should only be talking to Gigi. Gigi was the only one in the courtroom. You weren't even in the courtroom. Shut the fuck up.
You know, it's a toss-up. The seats get taken so quickly. What? I've heard the same thing. What did you see?
Yeah, so Lori doesn't hesitate.
Oh, really? Gigi needed that little, what do you call that, segue? We needed Lauren to give that segue to Gigi. Gigi could have just taken the question because Lauren wasn't even in the fucking courtroom. Shut up.
To make eye contact with any of the witnesses. So far today was Kay Woodcock, who is the grandmother of JJ, the sister of Charles Vallow, and then Brandon Boudreaux, who is the ex-husband of Lori's niece, who was in this group. There was one time where Kay was on the stand. They go to a sidebar, and Lori's a little awkward at the table by herself, and Kay was just looking at her, staring at her, not even blinking. And at one point, I think Lori made eye contact with her. Then she diverted her eyes over to the sidebar and was watching the attorneys over there. But, you know, yeah, Kay let her know that she wanted to be seen. And then I saw Nate Eaton from East Idaho News had tweeted out that Larry Woodcock said that Lori made eye contact with him 8 or 9 times. So she's not afraid to look at these people. When Brandon Boudreaux was walking in, she watched him from the minute he walked into the door until he was
Hey, Para woman. She is directing traffic, and Gigi's like, help, I can't see, I'm blinded. I need some sunglasses. We need to get Gigi some sunglasses.
sworn in and took the stand. And then when he had to identify her for the record, it looked to me from where I was sitting, they made eye contact directly. So you have to wonder, how does she feel with all these family members that she hasn't seen since she's been arrested now? Seeing these pictures that we saw today and hearing these things about her, it has to be very awkward. You'd love to climb inside her head, but then again, maybe you would.
Gigi says you'd love to climb inside her head, but then again, maybe you wouldn't. And Lauren's like, I'd love to climb in that head. As a matter of fact, I think I'm in that head right now. That's what Lauren's saying. I'm in that head. Look at Lauren. She's like, speak for yourself, Gigi. I'd love to be in Lori's head. I'd love to be in Chad's head. Literally.
She's been arrested now. Seeing these pictures that we saw today and hearing these things about her, it has to be very awkward. You'd love to climb inside her head, but then again, maybe you would.
Super telling that her own son, Colby Ryan, was not present. Thank you for watching. Go to news.
Okay, so there's Gigi is so put together. She speaks well. She knows what she's doing, you know? And then she's got this big flappy sleeve Big Bird next to her. She's like, what the fuck? Can I do this with someone else, please? Do you think you could hook me up with someone else? Because this chick's, like, whacked. Oh, my God. Okay, let's get into the body cam. Her channel's about to be toast, is what I called the name of this body cam. Thank you guys all for watching it last night and hitting the thumbs up. You guys ready to get into the Gigi call? Let me get the volume up and let's do this, Cooterville. Hit the thumbs up if you haven't already, please. It really does get this out into the YouTube streets. We want everybody to see this. All right, here we go.
Hello?
Hello, this is Officer Bovey at Henderson, Nevada Police. Is this Jennifer?
It is.
And somebody was asking his name last night. I think it's Bovey. Bovey. The caption's not right. It's not Bolby. It's Bovey. I think it's Boevve.
Nevada Police. Is this Jennifer?
It is. How are you?
All right,
Jennifer.
good. Thank you for calling me back.
Oh, you're welcome, yeah.
dealing
Sorry,
with this.
My grandma's in ICU, so I just keep my phone off.
No, that's fine. I'm sorry to hear.
Hear this? Within the first 20 seconds. Gigi's got her, I know a lot of you already know this, but some of you may not know. She had her mom or her grandmother in the ICU at this time. And when I heard that, I literally felt sick because I remember going through some YouTube drama when my mother died. When my mother died, there was a content creator who is no longer on YouTube. She was terminated from YouTube. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Canvas and Crime, for gifting 10 cooterships.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
Yeah, and this person knew that my mother was on hospice in the hospital dying and did the YouTube drama too. So I understand where this is coming from. And again, thank you so much, Canvas and Crime, for the 10 cooterships. I'm so grateful for that. That is amazing stuff. So I can see where she's like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I've got my ringer off. I've got my grandmother in the ICU. It's horrible. Thank you, Vonda K, Dr. Vonda. It was bad. And so I understand. And I believe Gigi. And I'm sorry that Lauren did this to you at that time because I just am. I'm sorry. Loves Pink. Thank you so much for becoming a cooter. Thank you so much. Marissa Monroe, that's a loaded question. I don't know. You know you're bad as poo when YouTube fires you. Yeah. Yep. Gigi has a YouTube channel called Pretty Lies and Alibis. She does some correspondence for Law and Crime, I believe. It looks like she also does some things with News Nation. I can call you Vonda. Thanks. I don't want to disrespect. So it is. It's. I know. Right, Lindsay. And then Lauren's like, oh, I know, but people just suck. They really do. Bada bing, I'm sorry about your mom. All right, so let's go. This isn't about me. This is about Gigi and Lauren.
Hear that?
Yeah.
Give me 1 second, please. I just let you know I'm recording this with my body cam, all right?
Okay.
Hey, Lana K.
You have any? I left you just a little bit of a message. You have any idea why I'm calling you, or you know anything about what I mentioned?
Yeah, kind of. So I think I can sum this up really quick for you, at least my perspective.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. Sum it up.
This is somebody who has a popular true crime YouTube channel, 250,000, maybe more followers.
When you say this person, you're talking about
Lauren Matthias.
Lauren herself. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I don't like drama. Like, I just do my job, and kind of was put into this. Really, I think what the case is here is, just behind people's backs, content creators that she has worked with, victims, family members of violent crimes that we cover, national media cases. She talked crap about a lot of people behind their back.
Yep. People do that.
Falling out. And her brand is about to be gone.
Oh,
okay.
And that's really kind of it. I was sent some messages kind of anonymously that were about me personally, which I don't care. I did not go public and say, look what Lauren Matthias said about me. It's just not how I roll. So I kind of kept it close. Had a few more people in the media approach me. and say, oh, did you get some information about Lauren Matthias? Yeah, I did. Didn't ask to see theirs. Didn't see it. Didn't show them my stuff. Just
not petty.
Interesting.
Okay.
We all got an email when we were at trial in Phoenix last week from an anonymous person. Proton email, very common when people don't want to be traced. It tagged a lot of people, prosecutors in Idaho for the Lori Vallow case, me, other people in the media, victims' family members, where it just says, you know, she's talked crap about you, and you, and she's going to be exposed. We all kind of...
Uh-oh. So she's saying that she got an email and a bunch of people got an email that you're going to be exposed, woman.
We're like, we got work to do, not our problem, you know? That's essentially all I know.
So you don't know who these text messages came from or anything?
No, I got them anonymously through a Proton email.
Okay.
Hey, Hossein.
Which I deleted. I mean, I just don't do drama. Once I kind of saw
She deleted the shit.
what it was
She don't
about.
care.
I'm a single mom of 3. I take my 90-year-old grandma lives with me. Like, I don't have time.
I get it.
The time I have is like, I got stuff to do.
Yeah.
You know, I just don't get involved in drama. Well, her assistant called me today, really pressing me. Lauren called me the other day. I'm in ICU. I'm not answering. It's just, you know, my grandma was about to...
These bitches are calling her knowing that her grandmother is in ICU. And you're going to hear that not only were they calling her that week, but they were calling this day, the day that the cops were there. Grayson was calling her. They are so rude. Grayson, Lauren, read the fucking room. Read the room. Just because, Lauren, you didn't drop everything for your family member doesn't mean that Gigi's not going to. Just because you chose Lori Vallow's trial over your brother doesn't mean that everyone's cold-hearted and lack of empathy. Right? It's sick. It's really, really sick. 45 years old and you don't know better?
Assistant called me today.
See?
Really pressing.
Her assistant called me today, really pressing me. Grayson, who the fuck do you think you are? See, this really pisses me off because I've been in Gigi's shoes with YouTube drama and bullshit and a family member dying. And these bitches are calling her to press her to see who sent the email so that they can protect Lauren. If that doesn't show you how Lauren is, what her character is, there is nothing that will show you. Because we've all had a family member die, right? We've all been there. We all know grief. We all know the preparations for a loved one dying, right? We all know that. We're all humans. But these two bitches think that it's appropriate to call someone when their grandmother is in the ICU about to pass away. Lauren thinks that she's so goddamn important that she can overstep these boundaries. It's sick. It is so sick. Right. And then to have a cop call and to intimidate her? Fuck. I mean, I this might seem minor in the grand scheme of things, but to me, it's not. Right. Megan. What do you think of that, Megan? You think that's appropriate? Do we not have basic human empathy for people? Can't stand you guys. I can't stand you, Lauren Matthias. I can't stand you. You're horrible.
Me.
Listen to this.
The time I have is like, I got stuff to do.
Yeah.
You know, I just don't get involved. I mean, I just don't do drama. Once I kind of saw what it was about, I'm a single mom of 3. I take my 90-year-old grandma lives with me. Like, I don't have time.
I get it.
The time I have is like, I got stuff to do.
Yeah.
You know, I just don't get involved in drama. Well, her assistant called me today.
Fuck you, Grayson.
Really pressing me. Lauren called me the other day. I'm in ICU. I'm not answering. It's just, you know, my grandma was about to die, and I was like, this is the furthest thing from my mind.
Right.
I just chose not to go public with it. It's not what I do.
Okay.
I don't want to be a part of anybody's public downfall, even if they did talk crap about, victims' families is kind of the thing that bothers me the most.
Right.
But yeah, so it's just, I've seen stuff from, about me. I have heard what has been said about other people, but that's word of mouth. It's not.
Right.
See how smart she is? It's word of mouth. I ain't fucking with it.
There's their First Amendment rights too. People can talk smack all they want, blah 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 blah. But
right, and there's also the right to release them, even if you're mad at somebody. I know she was claiming she got extorted, which I said, go to the police if you have somebody saying I'm gonna, if you don't pay me $5,000 or I'm gonna go public, like that's a crime. You should go to the police. But
right.
I got nothing for you.
Right.
Boom. She's like, I got nothing for you, bitch. Go to the cops. Go to the cops. I don't want to fuck with you.
I'm going to go public. Like, that's a crime. You should go to the police. But,
right.
I got nothing for you.
Right.
Her assistant was questioning me about who I've talked to, who has reached out to me. And I said, people trust me. And, that's why. Because I'm not going to tell you anybody.
I know.
People trust me. That's why. Because I don't run my mouth. Unlike you, Lauren, who talks about everybody. Two-faced bitch.
Who I've talked to, who has reached out to me, and I said, people trust me, and that's why, because I'm not going to tell you anybody.
I know. I did a little bit of research too, so I kind of understand who you are, where you come from. So, and I mentioned it to her. I'm like, I could ask for a source, but I mean, that's her credibility, that's her livelihood. Why would she give me the source?
And I mean, it's like, I'm not giving up my friends, because the thing is this, at the end of the day, like you say, you have a right to talk smack about people, but when your little friend group breaks up and there are hurt feelings, don't be surprised when you put those messages on their phone where you're talking crap about people who have been nothing but nice to you.
Yeah.
Get mad.
All right.
People that have been nothing but nice to you. It's just because she's just a straight bitch. These people did nothing to her. She's just a bitch and can't help herself. And we heard in the other part of the body cam that Lauren talked about the one girl who has a husband that's in the FBI, and she said, oh, let's not assume they talked because they don't exactly have a good marriage. Maybe you should look at your own marriage before you start judging others' marriages. But she can't help herself. She can't help herself. This girl, it's who she is. It's in her DNA. She can't help herself. She won't ever change. That's why she's doubled down, 20 toes down, because I'm sure she's got 20 toes because she doesn't look like a human. But she is 20 toes down on this. She has never once eased up and even tried to self-reflect and see what she's done wrong. How in the world can you support something like that? No accountability. None.
She kind of started this at a trial in April in Phoenix. We all had to get together.
Yep, at the trial in Phoenix. That is when she sent the cease and desist to Lindsay and Stephanie. Was in April, if I'm not mistaken.
Together, she said, I was hacked and I'm being extorted, so I walked away.
She walked away? I fucking love this part. Okay, listen. Lauren came up to her at the trial and was like, I'm being hacked and extorted. And Gigi's like, peace out. I'm out of here. Fuck you and your drama.
She kind of started this at a trial in April in Phoenix.
Thanks,
we all had to get together. She said, I was hacked and I'm being extorted, so I walked away because I was like, this is drama.
Yes.
I'm here to be with my friends. I don't want to hear. It has nothing to do with me.
Right.
So I didn't even really hear her side, but her assistant today was very panicked. I think it's just become clear to her that people have found out the nasty stuff she said really that was unwarranted. We've all been kind to her.
Right.
And including victims' families that she launched her podcast on and would have live on her show. But not only that, was a friend of them, but talk crap about them behind their back for no reason other than just middle school drama.
Yeah.
So she's in panic mode because her channel is about to be toast. And I've had people say, I hear people want this exposed. People need to know who they're following. 275,000 followers. They need to know they're following somebody that will have somebody on her show that has lost 2 family members to a violent crime and turn around and go to the group and talk crap about this family member when they visited each other and had time together over, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know.
So it's really just
it's like two-faced and
it's so bad, but you know.
It's two-faced. There you go. The cop just summed it up. Lauren, you are two-faced. These women don't know which face to smack because you've got 2 of them. Which one should they smack? Miss Tongue. We need to talk.
For me, it's like, we are in our 40s. Grow up.
Yeah.
You know, I went public and got a lot of clicks. Yeah, but I don't have time for that. Like,
right.
You know, my cup
Grow
is
up.
empty.
Right.
And people know.
Poor Gigi. She said, my cup is empty. I'm tapped out, she says. I ain't got time for this. Poor thing.
For me, it's like, don't come at me with drama. I've defended her in the past where people have said,
wow,
you need to talk to Lauren. I'm like, I already talked to Lauren.
She's defended her in the past. You hear that? Do you think Lauren, put a 1 in chat if you think that Lauren would have ever defended any of these women. Put a 2 if you think Lauren is a user. This Gigi's is freaking defending her to people. And this is her thank you. Hello, Miss Felicia. Good morning. Poor thing.
Yeah, but I don't have time for that. Like,
right.
You know, my cup is empty.
Right.
And people know, for me, it's like, don't come at me with drama. I've defended her in the past.
Look at all those 2s.
You need to talk to Lauren. I'm like, I already talked to Lauren. She's a grown woman. If you think her channel is going astray, talk to Lauren. Like,
right.
I'm not a middleman. I'm not even that close to her.
Oh, I'm with you. I'm on a police department. I'm in my early 50s, and there's drama in the police department, and we can talk to bad guys all day long at the hood of our car, but for some reason we can't talk to each other in the locker room.
Right. No, it's crazy. And for me, it's just really sad because we deal with a genre, as you know, in law enforcement. It is devastating. And it's very sensitive stuff.
Yep.
And so people are rightfully going to be mad when they find out a family that you've had on your podcast time and time again that have made you a lot of money.
Yes.
That you have talked bad about them when they've done nothing but sort of invite you into their fragile little worlds at a really terrible time.
Right.
It's just backlash that's really kind of warranted. To me, because we don't need people like that, in my opinion, in the true crime world.
Yeah, it makes everybody kind of look bad.
Legit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does, because there's people who really
see how she's explaining this like a normal human being. Thank you, Stanzy Trinkets, for your $10 super chat. Gigi will never have to publicly address this fuckery. This call says it all. She is such a class act, in my opinion. Go, Gigi, go. Go, Gigi, go.
If you call Gigi.
You want me to call Gigi?
really care about these families that we get to know and want to bring these victims to life. And when you've got a bad apple in the bunch, it does tend to reflect bad on all of us. So that's really, other than talking bad about victims' families, that's kind of my thing, is we struggle to be legitimate as sources. And so when somebody does something like this, and it's just middle school stuff. And it comes back and people find out, you know, if somebody doesn't like her and they say, hey, she's talked crap about you, it's kind of their right. If they have sat and listened to it for years, and her assistant was trying to play me audio of like,
oh my God, you hear that? Her assistant was trying to play me audio. Grayson is calling Gigi while her grandmother's in the ICU, trying to press her and playing her audio. And you know Gigi knew that she was on speaker and Lauren's listening. What?
It's kind of their right.
Yeah.
If they have sat and listened to it for years, and her assistant was trying to play me audio of like somebody they think this is coming from talking smack about me. I said, look, I don't know.
Wow. They called Gigi and played audio of someone who was supposed to be talking smack about her. Who does that? Grow the fuck up. She is a little goblin. That's a good name for her, Peg. Grayson the Goblin. I think Grayson wants to be Christina. She wants to be these women. She's weird. Ugh.
Like somebody they think this is coming from talking smack about me. I said, look, I don't know this woman. I don't care. I'm a podcaster. People are going to talk smack about me.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lose any sleep. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't know her. I said, what I care about is somebody that I've been a friend to. And when we've seen each other at trial or driving her home so she'd have to take an Uber, I said, you know, what hurts is that, but did I lose sleep? No, not really. I mean, there's bad seats everywhere. So if she's in panic mode, she's about to lose everything.
She says there's bad seeds everywhere. She says, did I lose sleep? Look at, she got her an Uber when she didn't have a ride. All these people have done nice things for Lauren. And what does she do in return? She talks shit. She talks shit.
We've seen each other at trial or driving her home so she'd have to take an Uber.
Oh, no, she drove her home so she didn't have to take a Uber. She drove her home so she didn't have to take a Uber. And this is her thank you when she's going through one of the worst times of her life.
When we've seen each other at trial or driving her home so she'd have to take an Uber, I said, you know, what hurts is that, but did I lose sleep? No, not really. I mean, there's bad seats everywhere. So, no, if she's in panic mode, she's about to lose everything, and that's really, this is kind of I think, a knee-jerk reaction to realizing that years of smack-talking people who have done nothing wrong to you.
Oh, my God, look, Sarah Crossbody's here. No, Gigi gave Lauren a ride so she wouldn't have to call an Uber. Crossbody. I've never seen Crossbody in here. You guys give Sarah Crossbody a warm welcome into Cooterville. Good to see you, Sarah. By the way, I loved when you laughed at Grayson. That was my favorite part of that whole video, I think. Thank you, Pines, for your super chat. I remember back in the day watching Gigi set up her studio with all her concert, rock, and roll mementos. So excited and true to self. Rock on, Gigi. That's awesome.
Have been kind to you, it's like, oh my gosh, like I never thought these would get out. I think that's really where we are.
Okay. So just to kind of recap then, Jennifer, so you got an anonymous message with some text.
And then Ballet Flat says, meanwhile, Gems were sending Lauren money for Ubers, and Gigi was driving her home for free. Wow. Wow.
Text messages, copies of text messages where Lauren had talked smack about you at some point. And then you're aware there's other text messages that might be out because you're on that email from Proton, but you don't know the source of any of these text messages?
No, I mean, I've heard names, but I don't know who they are, so I can't say that's who. And the other thing, like, you're not going to tell her what we talked about, right?
No, I don't need to. I say I'll talk to you and I don't have what I need.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't, I don't know any of these people that were in her group. I deal with my own stuff, so I have no clue who these people are, or, you know what I'm saying? I couldn't tell you for sure it's this person or that person.
Okay.
And they weren't just necessarily, I can't even say they were text messages. They may have been, even Facebook Messenger.
Messenger?
That's, so it was either text or Facebook Messenger. I got these, in May. So it's been a while, and I've deleted everything. I don't, it's like my kid uses my iPad. I tell her all the time, don't get involved.
Yeah, I don't think she's afraid of
her kids in her iPad. She's so real. She's like, my kid's in my iPad. I tell her, don't get involved in the drama.
May. So it's been a while, and I've deleted everything. I don't, it's like my kid uses my iPad. I tell her all the time, don't get involved.
Yeah, I don't think she.
Thank you, Lisa, for your super chat. I appreciate that. Hang on. Let me repin it. I don't want to forget about it. She said Lauren is as fake as the filler in her eyebrows. I agree with that.
I don't think she's afraid of you necessarily putting out the information, but she's afraid of the information getting out there.
Yeah, I would never. I mean, I could have went with this in May if I wanted to, but
the information you have is just on you, right?
Correct. Yeah, I haven't seen anything like actually about somebody else. The only thing I have seen is what was specific to me.
Okay.
I mean, of course, people chatter.
Yeah.
Well, I got this message, and so that kind of thing. But
so other people are saying that there's stuff out there, but I mean, whether it's seen or not is a different story.
Right, and like I say, I can't say who sent them because I don't know who these people are. To be honest, I've never met them in my life.
Okay.
So good luck with the girl drama.
Well, I'm about done with it. I've been on this for a while yet, so.
Yeah. All right.
Well, thank you very much for calling back.
I wish I could help. You're very welcome.
All right, take care.
That's how a professional conducts themselves, Lauren. It's very simple. It's very fucking simple.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I have a feeling she was too, Kylie. Listen to him. He is like, phew. This is just, wait, now he's got to walk back in. He's like, phew. Thank you for the sub up, Pat. Just because we are a giving person, you were lied to. I am sorry. No Uber for you. Thank you, Flo, for your super chat. Thank you guys for your support. I really appreciate you supporting the channel. Now he's going to go back in. He's like, ah. Yeah, he don't want to go back in. I don't blame him. I'd be like, fuck. These two ladies hold up. Underblink. Underblink. He just burped. He just burped. Oh, this poor guy. Call Gigi. You want me to call Gigi?
Call Gigi.
You want me to call Gigi?
Have cease and desist letter.
Cease and desist. How come that's so quiet? Back up to Gray's house. Look at Grayson's shirt when she opens the door. Okay. Did she change? He's like,
I'm back. All right.
wait, what the fuck? Lord, what, Grayson? What'd you put on? Why is she wearing such a lot? Wait, I didn't notice it.
I'm back. All right.
What? Don't I look sexy, baby? What did Lauren tell her? Go put on a sexier shirt. This isn't working, Grayson. Go put on something sexier. He's not buying it. We need you to show some more titty. What the fuck? Why would she change? She changed. She had a white shirt on. What the hell's going on? Thank you so much, Brenda Peacock, for your $4.99 super chat. And Lisa discovers Gigi for president. I mean, what the hell? What is she trying to do? Look at her face. Look at her Alice Cooper eyes. Welcome to my nightmare. Whoa, 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 whoa. She looks like Alice Cooper. Welcome to my nightmare. I hope I didn't scare you. I hope I make you feel right at home. What? Look at you can even see her undies. What is she doing? I'm back. He says, fuck. Look at her. He's Even he said, shoo. Be my Frankenstein.
I'm back. All right.
I slowed it down.
I'm back. All right.
Look at her. She's like, I'm yours for the taking. I'm yours for the taking. I wonder how long he was out in his car. Is it another day? Like, what's going on here? I can't help it. I just can't. Oh, Jessica, thank you for your super chat. That's why she's on the couch that long walk. Oh, my God. Gray. Hold on. I missed another super chat. HTC Victim, I love your name. Thank you for the super chat. That was their first super on any of my live streams. Thank you so much, HTC Victim Massage Oils. What? Here's Critter Watcher says, thank you for your super chat. This poor cop, imagine the ribbing. Imagine the ribbing he's taking at the station due to his FOIA body. I can't even say it. Because you know the guys are giving him shit. The poor cop. Imagine the ribbing he's taking at the station due to his FOIA body cam fame. He drew the short straw taking this call. Oh my God. Whew. I can't. What did Jammers say? I miss Jammers. Smells like Xanax and Lost Dreams in here. Oh, fuck. Okay. I'm gonna knock on my door. We've been waiting for you. I can't do it. Close up. How much closer do you want me to get? Who said close up? Cindy. I can't breathe. I'm sorry. Grayson, you're too fucking much. Jackie, thank you for your super chat. She said, waking up to hear you call Lauren a bitch is the best. Thank you. You're very welcome. I can't do it. I'm just going to play the fucking video.
I'm back. All right.
Look at her. She adjusted her shirt. I'm fucking crying. The new baby cap. She adjusted it. She's like, do you see my boobs?
I'm back. All right.
She adjusted herself. Oh my God. Look at the top. Okay, I'm just gonna play it. Okay, hold on. Let me put it on regular speed. Grow up, Jay. Grow up. Get your shit together. They're just so fucking dumb.
She's got her shit together.
I'm back. All right. So, you have the incident number, you have all that. So, yeah, I'm not getting anything from the phone calls that I have. So, it's just documentation right now.
Oh, look at poor Lily. Lily's like, he's back. Help me. Lily was like, he's coming back. He's coming back to save me. Look at Paper Plate face. Look at her. Let it all hang out. The fuck, Grayson? Oh my God, Galen. Galen just sent 20. Holy fuck. Thank you for growing cootership, Galen. Oh my God, I gotta stop laughing. Ooh.
Welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
I am officially cease and desist.
And then she sent out cease and desist letters to.
Oh, look at her though. Look at Lawrence. Let's analyze this situation, okay? Because I've seen. She's got her sippy cup. Look at her. Close your fucking legs. She's spread eagle around the dog. Grayson's letting it all hang out. And then the dog is like, can you take me home? I will stay at the station. I don't give a fuck. I just want out of this apartment. Oh my God. Cabbage patch. Oh God, Grayson, you are a fucking asshole. You know that? An asshole. They got laptops all over the couch. Lauren doesn't look up from her fucking phone. God.
Oh, so
What are they? Who was it?
unknown sources and anonymous. So the anonymous Proton email came up
Thank you, Canvas.
saying that, yeah, there's information, but I've talked to Jennifer and too many names, I'm sorry.
Oh, Gigi.
He doesn't know who the fuck he's even talking to. Too many names. I'm sorry. Look at Grayson. Huh? What do you mean you didn't get any information? What are you talking about? I have my low-cut shirt on for you.
I've talked to Jennifer and too many names, I'm sorry.
Oh, Gigi is Jennifer. Yeah.
Yeah,
She
and
is
Stephanie.
Jennifer.
Okay. And what did Stephanie say?
She says she's got messages from the past and stuff, denying denying that she's part of this kind of thing. Says it's past it. She did mention the Christina. She mentioned that person.
Oh, Christina. That person. Christina. Shout out to Christina. Now Christina's getting brought up. And Lauren's like, who else can I blame this on? Let me scroll my emails and see who else has sent me emails in the past, and I can maybe blame it on them. Maybe I can get him to call them.
And then she sent out cease and desist letters to.
Jeez, you are so fucking funny. Okay, I gotta give some thank yous because we got too much rolling in here. Thank you, Kevin, for your super chat. I appreciate you. Galen, again, thank you so much for gifting 20. That is wild and so generous. Canvas and Crime says, Daddy's here. Thank you for your $5. And also, Bam Coon Rising, thank you for becoming a cooter today. I appreciate you guys. Sorry for my laughing fit. Oh, man. Jada74 has been a cooter for 2 months. Thank you to Jay and Cooters. Thank you for such a wonderful place. Thank you for being here. Oh, man. Okay. All right, let's calm down and get to the seriousness now. Okay.
She's got messages from the past and stuff, denying denying that she's part of this kind of thing. Says it's past it. She did mention the Christina. She mentioned that person.
That she's sending texts.
She feels that might be somebody.
Look at her like he's one of her employees. Look at her sitting there. I mean, what are you doing? Hold on. I guess that is the bottom of it. Okay, sorry. I mean, she's like all kicked back like, okay. Yeah, what'd they say? Okay, do you think you could go out in there and just get more information for me? Because we're just not getting anywhere. And Lauren, I told her to put her low-cut shirt on, and this is just not working. So I might need to stand up and stretch and show my belly, maybe. Oh, it is serious. This is how people get wood. We know this. We see this. We're in this.
Somebody that might be more involved with it, but
Okay.
But that's once again speculation too, from my guess is, or based on what she was saying. She's speculating. So whether she knows more or not, she's not sharing it.
And close her legs. I mean, she's literally spread eagle under the blanket on her laptop, not even looking up. Close your legs.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
And then same with Gigi. She said it was just specific texts to her about her, and she says she don't care. She put it to the side. She's like, she doesn't want a part of the drama, and she has spoken with other people that said they've seen other text messages, but some of the the names out there she's not familiar with.
Okay, I'm gonna throw this out here, and this has been on my mind the whole time. And you're gonna roll your eyes. And you'll be like, "Where's this person from?" But if we're gonna
wait, I'm gonna put it up. See, she was scrolling to find someone else to blame. I'm gonna throw this out there, and I know you're gonna roll your eyes at me, but I gotta put this out there because I found someone else that might have done this. This is what this cop is thinking right now.
You can't talk to a fucking log.
You can't talk to a fucking log.
Some of the the names out there she's not familiar with.
Okay, I'm gonna throw this out here, and this has been on my mind the whole time. And you're gonna roll your eyes and you'll be like, "Where's this person from?" But if we're gonna do this, I need to bring him up because you're gonna be like, "This is circumstantial," but I have good reason to believe that this person's involved. So I'm gonna throw it out there to you.
Mm-hmm.
His name.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, his name is blank. So I think now we're laying there spread eagle talking about Mr. Breakfast. Mr. Bright Breakfast is now a hacker. She's been scrolling through her shit, and now she's coming up with Mr. Breakfast. Okay? Now she's bringing a man into it. Listen.
Is a hacker who's actually done this to other podcasters, including someone named Mandy Matney, who was the Murdoch Murders podcast host.
God. He's done this to others. It doesn't matter. None of this matters. Everything you're saying does not matter. He's done this to other people. Prove it. God, all you do is lie to this guy. And why is he even writing anything down at this point?
The same thing to her. He became my friend. He's sort of like a cyber. He collects everything. He told me he collects everything. I introduced him.
Oh, so you didn't have a problem with him collecting everything when he was your friend, right? You didn't have a problem with all of this when he was your friend. Says a hell of a lot more about you than it does about him, right? He became my friend. He's a cyber hacker. I was fine with him until he turned on me. Oh my God. It's a fishing expedition.
He collects everything. He told me he collects everything. I introduced him to the Dateline producer, and the Dateline producer told me, he's like, he breaks the law, man. Like, I can't use him.
Oh, and the Dateline producer. Now the Dateline producer is in charge of everybody's criminal records, right? The Dateline producer said, I can't work with him because, man, he breaks laws. He breaks laws. He should be on one crime. Okay? That's where he should be.
If you call Gigi.
You want me to call Gigi?
He told me himself, says, I save everything. In reading the emails, he's now blocked me from all messages and blocked me from everything. And in reading this sort of Proton email about the people he's referring to, I think he considers himself a bit of a cyber Robin Hood.
Huh? I think he considers himself a cyber Robin Hood. She's so weird. She's referring to Bright Breakfast on Reddit.
he lives for this. It's like, this is what he does.
He lives for this shit. No, you're the one that lives for this shit. You're the only one that lives for this shit. No one else wants to be fucked with it. You are living for this shit. You're the one calling the cops. You're the one filing false police reports. You're the one making up lies and stories. You're the one that talks shit about people and just doesn't want them to know. Grow up, take a fucking accountability for what you said and shut the fuck up. And stop calling the police. And for God-ass sakes, close your fucking legs.
Okay.
He's friends with Stephanie and Colette. He's now blocked me on everything. I see that everything from him is officially encrypted. So, do I have anything beyond circumstantial evidence for you now? No.
Oh my God.
If it goes to the point of criminal or civil, like I said, depends on what's put out. You can always bring his name up at that time, and as far as this, that, whatever.
Okay. That's why I needed to bring him up to you so you could guide me. That's why I didn't.
Yeah, just hang on to that information.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
I have a couple questions. I'm a little nervous to ask. Did you get the sense from Gigi like this is going public or no?
No. Well, not on her side. I mean, she's not going to do nothing with it.
What, Grayson? Did you get the feeling from Gigi? Shut up, Grayson. Did you get the sense from Gigi like this is going public or no? Look at my boobies before you answer.
No. Well, not on her side. I mean, she's not going to do nothing with it. Her mom's sick. She doesn't need drama, she said.
No, I know, exactly. I agree. Right, but...
Oh, right, but Lauren doesn't give a fuck. She doesn't give a shit. Hear that? I mean, he got it wrong. It's not her mom. It's her grandmom. But still. He's like, her mom's sick. She doesn't want anything to do with this. And she's like, yeah, right. Okay. I don't give a fuck. That's her problem, not mine. I have my own shit to deal with. Thank you, Elizabeth Marie, for becoming a cooter today. Come on in and close your legs.
Her mom's sick. She doesn't need drama, she said.
No, I know, exactly. I agree. Right, but did she tell you what she told us, which is, yeah, get ready, this is going to go public? And
No, she didn't say that.
oh, because she told us today that, yeah, she said, yeah, it's about...
Well, if she knows more than what she's leading on, then that's her. Because once again, she says, I've got, different sources that I need to protect as well and stuff. And I was like, I get it.
Yeah. Hey, Mama Bear.
So if she knows more, she wasn't alluding to it. So.
Yeah.
But I think if anything, she might be just here because it sounds like you all are in the same group chats / whatever in this circle of whatever, work group kind of thing. So if she's hearing from circles, text messages from this, phone call from that, then maybe she believes she heard enough. I'm just speculating that she probably heard it from enough people that certain things are out. And so then it may, go from there.
Yeah.
So I take everything when people tell me things, I take everything with a grain of salt.
Right.
Because if I say something's going to explode, what do you think? Compared to what does that person think, compared to what that person thinks.
Right. Yeah.
He is taking too much time to explain. This is ridiculous.
What's huge?
Yeah. And then my other question, as their assistant, I'm trying to gauge this so I can PR this myself a little bit.
As their assistant, I'm trying to gauge this so I can PR this myself a little bit. Grayson, give it up. You don't have the capacity to PR this yourself. She said what she said. Ain't no PR going to help you now, sister. PR might have helped a month ago, but now you're 20 toes down with your weird shaped toes, standing on this, just acting like nothing ever happened. What an absolute slap in the face to the victims. What an absolute slap in the face to the victims. They all know what you said. They all know that you talk shit. And they all know that you're acting like it didn't happen, which looks even worse on you. Right? It's not like it's a big secret anymore. This is no longer secret. We just heard Gigi say. She's talked about the people that made her money, that interviewed on her show. She talked bad about them. You can't PR that. It is what it is. The people are aware. They know. But she's going to sit there and act like it doesn't exist. And that makes her look even more psychotic, in my opinion. How can you pretend that these people don't know? How can you pretend to care about these people and then act like this, you know? I mean, that 9-hour live is just a 9-hour lie. It's a 9-hour lie. It's despicable. And I feel bad for Gigi.
As their assistant, I'm trying to gauge this so I can PR this myself a little bit.
Well, crisis.
And get crisis management in if we have to in our agency.
In our agency? In our agency? What kind of agency do you have? What are you talking about?
Did Stephanie maybe get the understanding that this could, if she's doing this shit, it could get bad for her?
Were you able to explain that?
Oh, does Stephanie understand that, you know, she's doing this shit? It could come back to bite her? Oh, I don't know, Grayson. Have you considered that you doing this shit could come back to bite you? I don't know. Have you considered that?
They're on the line, like they're...
If she's releasing stuff, she's on the line?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you tell her if she's what?
On the line, like they're...
If she's releasing stuff, she's on the line?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Yep.
Because I think she'd be the one to get a little scared and be like, whoa, back up.
Yeah.
Did she seem...
What? Oh, excuse me? I think she's the one that would get a little scared. You want to scare people now, Grayson? Did I just hear that correctly? We heard her talking about Colette. Colette might be scared because she has a career. Remember that? Now this.
Okay.
Yep.
Because I think she'd be the one to get a little scared and be like, whoa, back up.
Yeah.
Did she seem to understand?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. She's the one...
Based on her, and this is just phone, I mean, I can't see body language. I can't see body language.
Body language. Right.
I'd be willing to think that it's not necessarily her, although she could be sharing stuff with another party, and that other party is maybe doing this.
Yeah.
But her herself, probably not.
Okay.
Would she share this information that I said today with this other person? Yeah.
Right. But she suggested she thinks Christina's more involved. And... Yeah.
She mentioned the word...
And...
Oh, did you hear that? Did you hear that whisper? But she suggested she thinks Christina's more involved. And then Grayson whispers, which is interesting to me. Why are you whispering, Grayson? Is this when the plan on Christina started?
Yeah.
Right. But she suggested she thinks Christina's more involved. And...
Did you hear? Which is interesting to me. Look at it. It's even coming up on the captions. Hang on. Let me make this smaller for you, Linz. Which is interesting to me. Listen again.
Is more involved. And...
Did you hear it? Which is interesting to me.
God almighty.
So they're still trying to find someone to blame, as you can see. Still pushing. Yep. Which is interesting to me.
Yeah. Right. But she suggested...
There's Dental Lori. Dental Lori is in the house. Hi, Dental Lori. We love you here in Cooterville. She said, yes, every day with Jade. This is the shift to Christina. Okay, thank you for verifying that. Which is interesting to me.
Probably not. Okay. Would she share this information that I said today with this other person? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
Hell yeah.
But she suggested she thinks Christina's more involved. And... Yeah.
She mentioned the name Christina twice, so...
Okay, yeah, Christina is the one that quit the contract work and sent us,
That screenshot that I sent you.
yeah.
So.
Which was funny because that was a screenshot of Stephanie's, but okay.
Well,
What? Thank you for the sub up, Carol Johns. So she's saying that Christina sent her a screenshot of Stephanie's. Oh my God. Hang on. And Christina was a friend. Okay. She wasn't just doing contract work. I think Christina worked for free. For free.
And sent us,
That screenshot that I sent you.
yeah.
So.
Which was funny because that was a
Cease and
screenshot of
desist letters,
Stephanie's,
too.
but okay.
well, they obviously know each other by name, so
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct, they do.
so it depends on why the sharing of the text for
Right.
one.
I didn't introduce them, by the way. They didn't know each other.
Yeah, so it just depends on why the sharing of the.
He doesn't give a fuck. I didn't introduce them. No, they probably came together because you're a bitch. That happens a lot when people realize someone's a two-faced bitch. It tends to bring people together who aren't two-faced bitches. And then the two-faced bitches become friends, and then they compare stories and they go, whoa, this chick was fake. She was fake as fuck.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct, they do.
So it depends on why the sharing of the text for
Right.
one.
I didn't introduce them, by the way. They didn't know each other.
Yeah, so it just depends on why the sharing of the text, you know.
Okay.
So, but I let her know that I saw the text, and she mentioned Facebook communication through Facebook Messenger as well, I guess. So.
And so she said, I have a bunch of texts, but I'm not sending them out.
Yeah, in so many words. Yeah.
If you call Gigi. Okay, and
You want me to
she
call
said,
Gigi?
again, she understood that she shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah.
Shut up, Lauren.
Okay, and Gigi also understood.
Yeah, Gigi wants nothing to do with this.
I know she doesn't, but then, yeah, we hear she's talking to a lot of people, so, okay.
Okay, you're a bitch. You are a biatch. You hear him? He's like, she doesn't want anything to do with this. She's like, I know she doesn't. But yeah, so she's talking to these people. So yeah, I think she does want everything to do with it.
But then, yeah, we hear she's talking to a lot of people, so, okay.
She can talk to whoever the fuck she wants. She can talk to whoever she wants. If Gigi wants to talk to a lot of people, she can. Hey, trial tourist. If she wants to talk to every Tom, Dick, and Harry that's walking around, she can. If she wants to call everybody that was on that email, she can. Who the hell do these people think they are? Yeah, I know she doesn't.
Also understood.
Yeah, Gigi wants nothing to do with this.
I know she doesn't, but then, yeah,
But
we
it's about
hear she's talking to a lot of people, so, okay.
Well, and that's the thing. You hear talking about a lot of people, but what does that mean?
Right. Yeah.
What does that mean?
Okay.
Nothing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really
He's like, okay, can I finally fucking leave?
appreciate it.
You're welcome.
no idea.
This is a
Yeah,
little bit
I
longer than I
was a little bit,
expected,
like,
so
emotionally exhausted.
Oh my God, I'm emotionally exhausted. How do you think he feels? He's over here saying, I hope my sergeant understands why I was so long on this fucking call. And she's like, I'm just so emotionally exhausted. This is all about me. You make me sick. This makes me sick. Look at her. She doesn't even look up.
I really appreciate it.
you're welcome.
no idea.
This is a
Yeah,
little bit
I was
longer than I
a little bit,
expected,
like,
so
emotionally exhausted,
I'm hoping
like,
my sergeant's going to understand.
Yeah, I don't mean to just be like sitting here. I'm just like so emotional.
I don't mean to be just like sitting here with my legs spread open on my laptop, but I'm just so emotionally exhausted.
Exhausted and
Oh, I'm sure you are. I'm not discounting that at all.
Yeah,
I'm
no.
sure you got many, many concerns, and the problem with that is here. You mind taking some advice?
please.
And it's going to be hard to do.
That made her look up. What do you mean? This cop's going to give me advice? What advice could he possibly have for me? She looks up for that. She says, please give me your advice, Osifer.
Here, you mind taking some advice?
Please.
And it's going to be hard to do, 100%. You're going to have to find a quiet space, a little meditation, go to the gym, whatever it is, whatever gets that stress off, a good walk, a good swim, whatever that is. You need to exercise and just sweat that stuff out. And meditate and say some prayers if you're religious and be like, it is what it is. Because
she clutched
I'm not
her
saying
pearls.
it's not going to hurt if it happens.
She clutched her pearls when he said, it is what it is. That's the simplest advice. It is what it is. If it comes out, I deal with it then. But nothing has come out yet. Watch her clutch her pearls. He's telling me it is what it is?
Because religious and be like, it is what it is.
Oh, the religious part too, Lindsay. Yes. Listen.
That stuff out. And meditate and say some prayers if you're religious and be like, it is what it is. Because I'm not saying it's not going to hurt if it happens, but you're not going to be able to control whether it happens or not.
Yeah.
So you're trying to control what you don't know may or may not happen. And that's what's chewing you up right now.
Hey, Melissa.
You're stressing out so much about what if.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you don't know if at all.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. Yeah. Thank you.
So all you can do is be prepared for the what if. Whether it's a crisis management person or PR person or whatever the case may be. I don't know what their titles are nowadays, but yeah, you could sit here and what if for every minute of the day, every hour of the day, and it's just going to chew you up. You're going to lose sleep and all that kind of stuff.
I know. Look how she's sitting. Look at her knees. And Lauren's all spread eagle. She's got one leg here, one knee over here.
Find a quiet place, put on some good old 80s music or something and jam out. Or Backstreet Boys or whatever it is, your jam was back in the day. Just go dancing in private or public, doesn't matter. Just blow off some steam. Go to the...
Lauren, he knows you're not 25.
Go to one of these destruction rooms downtown where you get take a sledgehammer to a TV or something.
I haven't done that before, but maybe
we'll go do that.
Oh, maybe we'll go do that. Maybe we'll go, destruct things. Take our aggressions out. Thank you, Snazzy, for your generous super chat. If this cop is called to testify in a lawsuit, I am here for it. Me too. Thank you, Snaz. Backstreet Boys. Laura Taylor says the cops should not be doing this stuff, in my opinion. He went above and beyond, didn't he? Reality with Christy Marie. He's like, chill out. Listen to some music. Get your fucking mind off this shit. And it is what it is.
say a prayer, meditate, and then go destruct. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, you can thank me later.
Yeah. Officer, I just want to say this. This has been exhausting. I want you to know a little bit about our day. I was about to take my 7-year-old son on a vacation.
What? I want you to know about my day. Hold on. Ooh, sorry. I had that sneeze come out of nowhere. I want you to know about my day, she says. This has been an exhausting day, and I want you to hear all about it. I mean, what the fuck? Let him go.
Yeah. Officer, I just want to say this. This has been exhausting. I want you to know a little bit about our day. I was about to take my 7-year-old son on a vacation. And we heard everything happening, and I had a panic attack. I couldn't even move.
Oh, my. I was supposed to take my 7-year-old on vacation today, and I couldn't move. I had a panic attack. So your kid missed out on his vacation because you can't hold the shit together? What kind of mother are you? What kind of mother are you? That is our job. Number one, as a mom. Hold it together when shit's falling apart. Oh, my God. Poor kid. Why would you cancel your fucking vacation? Get on the plane and go. I can't be a mom because of YouTube. I'm just a mom with a YouTube channel.
We heard everything happening, and I had a panic attack. I couldn't even move.
Mm-hmm.
I make money for my family. I just think about how I've hurt my whole family.
Mm-hmm.
And
I make money for my family, and I just think of how I've hurt my whole family. So why wouldn't you take him on vacation if you hurt him? Make it right? Hello? Right, Melissa. Fucking horrible, dude. I'm sorry, son. We can't go on vacation because of YouTube. We can't go on vacation because these ladies might have my texts.
And I didn't know what to do, and she's like, call the police. Like, she called dispatch. I know this is a complicated thing. I know that this is almost like dealing with, like, adults back in high school. He said.
So she called dispatch because I was having a panic attack. You don't call dispatch because you're having a panic attack. Take one of your Xanaxes. It really makes me wonder about the pregnancy. Which one? Hers? Yeah, I'm going to say it right now. I'm not believing that she carried her baby. That's my opinion. That's my thoughts. I'm questioning. I shouldn't say I don't believe. I'm questioning whether Lauren carried her own baby. There, I said it. I'm questioning it. Because everything about this woman is a big story. And she said that, the baby came early. He was in the NICU. It was, it was an emergency C-section, but we have no stories about her journey into motherhood. We have no stories about her pregnancy. I mean, don't you think her pregnancy would have been a whole fucking vlog? Look at what they did with their engagement. Look what they did with their wedding. It was all a show. It was all a production. Where's the pregnancy journey? I think she had a surrogate. I mean, she was talking about her brother's sperm. There was a surrogate in the line at the Vallow trial that said, hey, I'll do it. And that's the truth. I have not seen maternity photos. I've seen one photo of her pregnant. And it looks weird. Pregnancy would have been in the book. Come on. This lady can't handle anything. Don't you think if she had to have an emergency C-section, that would have made the book? Don't you think that the baby coming early would have been in the book? Oh, my God, Where's the video of the birth of this prince? This little prince that they had late in life. Where is it? Greer's Garden. I think you're onto something there. And I covered a case yesterday about, do you, Jules? I'm telling you, I've been questioning this for a while. Yep, I heard the chick offer up her womb. See? Ballet Flats coming in with that. I heard the chick offer up her womb for her brother's swimmers. See? Oh, Jana, her little boy has heard a lot of stuff. Remember, her little boy asked if Chad Daybell was coming for Thanksgiving. Remember? Thank you, Nola. Oh, no, she isn't going to take yours or the Idaho judge. Nope, she's not going to take no advice, is she, Nola? We've got Jackie Adkins. Thank you for your $9.99. She doesn't show up for her brother or mother on hospice. Why would she show up for her kid? I guess that's true. I did get a picture of her pregnant when she was reporting, but it does look funny. I could show it to you. Let's finish this and I'll show you the picture.
I called the police. Like, she called dispatch. I know this is a complicated thing. I know that this is almost like dealing with, like, adults back in high school. He said, she said.
Oh, we have it in the police department too. Don't worry about it. It's everywhere still. Some people don't grow up.
I want you to know the time you have taken to try to understand and care means a lot.
Well, thank you. I try.
So thank you. It won't be forgotten.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, hopefully those calls tonight will be sufficient.
Yeah. So we missed a $500 flight today. I haven't seen my son because my husband said he doesn't need this. Just stay here and deal with this. And,
What? Hold on. We missed a $500 flight today, and I haven't seen my son because my
husband said
he
doesn't need this. Just stay here.
He doesn't need this. Stay here. So basically, hold on. John told her, Our son doesn't need this. Stay there, meaning at Grayson's. Did you hear that? Lola blankets, $250 each. Wow. Did you hear that? John said he don't need this shit. My husband said stay there. Oh, he says stay away.
Deal with it today.
Hopefully, those calls tonight will be sufficient.
Yeah. So we missed a $500 flight today. I haven't seen my son because my husband said he doesn't need this. Just stay here and deal with this. And we're gonna start picking up the pieces. And you're right. Like, can't control.
Oh wow! You have let this ruin your life. You've let this ruin your life.
I haven't seen my son because my husband said he doesn't need this. Just stay here and deal with this. And we're gonna start picking up the pieces. And you're right. Like,
picking up the pieces.
Can't control this now. Yeah. But I really appreciate your efforts.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now close the computer and go break some stuff or something.
We'll close the computer and your legs, Lauren. We really appreciate your efforts, but I guess we're just going to have to start picking up the pieces. Because this is just so stressful. I had to miss my vacation. Her poor kid. And John's like, he doesn't need this shit. He's already asking if Chad Daybell's coming for Thanksgiving. He doesn't need any more of your bullshit, Lauren.
You're right. Like, can't control this now. Yeah. But I really appreciate your efforts.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now close the computer and go break some stuff or something.
Will do.
All right?
Thank you.
Just don't break anything on the way there.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Take care.
Wow. That was loaded there at the end, huh? So is she living there? Because every video, she's at the orange couch, which is allegedly in Grayson's house in the studio. Her husband says, he doesn't need this. Stay there. Oh, man. Oh, my God. That says a lot about you, Lauren. Yikes. Remember the book? Her first husband didn't say in the exact city. He took her to the airport. Oh, my God. No one can take your joy and peace. You have to let them. Dee Dee, yes. They talked about it and they said they laughed and they were like, oh, he even asked if Chad Daybell was coming for Thanksgiving. I was like, oh, my God. If they know about Chad Daybell, then if he, the son, knows about Chad Daybell, then he most certainly knows what Chad Daybell did and has heard other things about Chad Daybell. That's so disturbing. Grayson has studio in her apartment. Yes, Lindsay, she has 2 bedrooms. And I guess the other bedroom has the orange couch. It doesn't look dirty, but it's definitely disheveled. Gran says, Lauren will recover from this, sadly, but makes me so sad what they did to Christina. I'm not sure she will. I mean, she can sit there and make her pre-recorded videos all day long, but I don't know if she's going to get any interviews. I mean, why... I don't think she's going to recover like she thinks she will. I think that she's not going to be able to get the interviews. She's not getting the correspondent things. She's not getting, the things she was getting on News Nation and Court TV and stuff, Okay, so let me show you this photo of her pregnant. Hold on a second. Okay, I'm back. I thought this picture was weird, and I've always kind of thought it was weird since I saw it. But here you go. This is her reporting while PG. And it looks weird to me. I mean, I'm just going to say it like it is. Who will trust her after this? Right. What do you guys think? She needs to get a different career if she's worried about what people think. Yeah. She needs a career that's behind the scenes, hidden. Cassie, What is that? I'm waiting for your guys' comments to roll in. Mm-hmm. What do you guys think? It looks real to you, Martinez? It doesn't look real to me. I've had 3 children, and that shiz does not look real. That looks all kinds of fucked up. Like, it just looks weird. It just looks weird, and the boobs aren't any bigger. I mean, we all know when we get pregnant, our boobs get fucking big. Engorged. Engorged. If you look up belly bumps, because you can buy belly bumps, they have like really Janice, maybe the baby has talons like his mama. Do the chickens have large talons? It just doesn't look right. So if you look at baby bumps though, they have a really profound like belly button on them. I just don't think it looks real. I don't think it looks real. Pine says, check Discord. Okay. A moon bump. Yeah, that's what I saw. A moon bump. I don't know. I just think it looks weird. All right, let me check Discord. Hold on. Let's see what Pines has got going on here. Someone has curly hair like Uncle Jamie did. Oh, my God. John was in his 50s, poor health. Do you think he really had swimmer? Wow. Oh, Pines. Hold on. Oh, Lord. Okay, let me let me send this picture to myself, and then I'll show you guys. This is some weird-ish. I don't know what she is here. Hold on though. I'm going to show you guys something. I think it's called Moon Bump. Let me pull it up. Okay. Moon Bump. Fake pregnant belly things. Made to order. Fake bellies. Look at it. It's been on all these shows. Products. Oh. Oh. Hold on. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
She mesmerizes me like studying an alien. Me too. Laura Taylor. I really don't care if she carried her baby or not. Guess what? I do. Because I'm a nosy bitch. Because now that this lady has done this to victims, I'm all about her story. I do. I care about everything. I want to know it all. You know why? Because I can. Yeah, they even put fake stretch marks, y'all. Who would come in here and say, I don't really care if she carried a baby or not. I don't really care. She could just keep lying. I don't really care. I don't care why she has no maternal instincts. I don't care. I care. That's why I'm here. Yeah, when I'm looking for the truth, I want the fucking truth, and I'm going to dig and be nosy. Well, I think that it can be adjusted. Look at, you can even, look at, filter by bump size. Look, you can buy them in stages. You buy them in stages. See the 8 to 9 months? See how high it is? And the point is, yes, that she lies about everything. So we question everything. What do you guys think? Put a 1 in chat if you think she could be wearing a baby bump. Put a 2 if you just believe that she had in vitro and she carried it. How much are they? That's a good question. Well, let's see. Let's put this picture away. She's probably going to sue me now. Wow. $295, 295 pounds for one. They could go up to $500, 500 pounds. They come in all colors. Well, they have the silicone ones, and then they have, I think, the cheaper ones, which are foam. So let's take a look at the foam. Oh, this is the foam ones. This is more budget friendly. Hold on, Allie. I'll read your thing in a second. This one's 200 pounds. Wait, hold on. This is wild shit. So it's like a bodysuit. Look at that. You can even squeeze it. Why would you need these? You don't get what? Hold on, Allie. Let me read your super chat. Jay, I need you to look at her video from last night and give me your thoughts on her new look. I'm confused. Oh, we went over that in the beginning, Allie. In the very beginning, we went over this. Oops, not that. We went over this. We were like, what's going on here? Is that even her? Who is that? They buy them for movies and TV shows. Oh, that makes sense. You can, T. Marie. If you go back to the picture with the turquoise dress, you can see the bodysuit trim. Okay, let's go back. I thought she was just maybe wearing granny panties, but yeah, I don't know, guys. That's just my thoughts. I don't even know how this got brought up, but I just don't. I don't trust her. I think that she would fake something like that because I think she's fake. I think I nailed it. Emmy Joe, what do you think? Oh my God. No, you don't have to be sorry. I just didn't remember where that came from, but I am telling you. Let me show you this picture here. Hold on. I mean, it's pretty bad when we can't even believe that she had a baby. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty pathetic. Okay, so here we go with this. Let me download it. This is from Facebook. Okay, so we've got, this was posted on Hidden True Crime. This is Lauren, her brother, and her kid. And it says, someone has curly hair like his Uncle Jamie did. I don't know. She's faked everything. Right, JR. The kind of person she is, she would have a ton of pregnancy. That's what I thought. That's what made me question it. Was the lack of presence of the pregnancy journey. Well, because John's kind of old. Like sometimes when men get older, Flo, they can't get someone pregnant. What's wrong, Jada? They even have matching shirts on. Look how cute. And you know what? Also, remember when she said in the book she was in Boise and she went to an IVF clinic. She paid $300 and then she found out it was 10 grand for the IVF because she wanted to have a kid by herself. Remember that? Emmy Joe J, do you think she paid to have a surrogate? I could totally see that. I could totally see it too. I mean, I just can. I thought it was strange. She's the first person in the world that is, that pregnant and their breasts didn't get engorged too. That's pretty amazing. I've never seen that before. You would think that's a photo of mom, dad, and baby. Mm-hmm. But isn't there a video of her reporting while pregnant? I have no idea. I haven't seen it. I'm just wondering where her pregnancy journey is, especially if, especially if she, this is their first child. She's been wanting a baby forever. Look at this one of someone wearing. Oh, look at this. Look at this, you guys. Hold on. Check this out. This is a woman like actually wearing the moon bump on their website. See that? She could be reporting wearing it, guys, even if there is a video. I mean, like the cop says, it is what it is. Hey, Auntie Cheryl. Oh, that's a good question, Flo. Where's the shower pics? Maybe she did use her brother's sperm. Oh. Sometimes men don't have swimmers, moderator. It happens. I have small breasts. They never got hard, but never huge. I just think that we would hear about her having to have a C-section, y'all. I mean, I don't know. It is what it is. Llama says, I feel like she looks heavier in the pregnancy picture around her chin, face, and neck. Let me look. Maybe. But she also has bangs, which makes her look different as well. I don't know. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced of anything by her because she's a lying liar who lies. So my question is, now that we've gone through all this body cam, we've talked about the looks. I had one thing in my back pocket, and I want to know if you guys want to go over it. I have a live stream from, let me see, just because I have time today. I got nothing but time, Wowen, to dig into your weird ass. But I have a live stream that consists of Gigi, Wowen, and live with Co and Lauren in Pretty Lies and Alibis a year ago. So I'm wondering if you guys would like to review that today. She's pregnant with an Audi, I guess. Canvas, thank you for your super chats. Look at her dress. You can see the bodysuit lines. I saw it. I seen it. Thank you for your super chat, Canvas. I appreciate you. And me, how old is Lauren? I think she's 45. You guys want to? Okay. I didn't know if you guys had other things planned or if there was anything else going on. So let me get it pulled up. I've never seen it, but I wanted to review it. I couldn't find much with Gigi and Lauren, but I found
Welcome to STS. If it's your first.
So this is STS Nation, but it's his wife, I guess. Have you guys seen this yet? This is streamed 1 year ago. So I guess this is Joel's wife and Lauren and Miss Gigi. Look how cute Gigi is. Look at Gigi. Let's call Gigi. You want me to call Gigi? I'll call Gigi.
If you call Gigi.
You want me to call Gigi?
It's 2 a.m., Keezy. Mrs. Pisces says no. She says no. Say, fuck it. We'll do it live. I got to get something to drink, though, before we start this.
Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Right. Fucking thing sucks.
I'll be right back. Let me get something to dwank. And then we'll dig into this one and see what they have to say. I left you guys alone. Were you behaving? I know Gigi's a cutie. Okay. Yeah, Lauren with yet another look. I was like, how many looks does this chick have? It's kind of scary. I'm so thirsty. Most old men can make a woman pregnant. I don't know about yawn. Can you see if you can pull up her report? Channel 4 News. Okay. Let me see. Channel 4 News. Is it on YouTube or? I'll look for it right quick. Channel 4 News. Lauren, is she Lauren Matthias or Johnson? Matthias. And what is she reporting on? Quint's birth in St. George. Let's see. See, look at when you type her in, it's all this stuff. She is so screwed. Is this it? This is from
Baron, this is what Lauren Johnson has been talking about this entire week. Yesterday, she stopped by for some chocolate-covered bacon. They didn't have it. She finally got it in today. What do you think?
It's so good. But she has a message for all those selfie takers.
What do you think?
It's so good.
Wow, she doesn't even look like the same person here.
But
wow.
We got it in today. What do you think?
That doesn't even look like Lauren. That does not even look like
it's
her.
so good.
She was so real.
But she has a message for all those selfie takers. We could be spreading head lice.
Since I like selfies myself, especially taking them with my fellow reporters at the station, I figured I better get checked while I'm here. How'd I do?
So how did a single mother of 3 get into the porn business?
What? She got in the porn business? Oh my God. Hold on. This is Watts the Obsession. She's got all kinds of stuff. Hold on.
Idaho on your side.
Here to explain. Oh, Lauren, hey, hi. What's all the fuss about?
I'm a bit of a...
It up. You couldn't have caught that sooner while I'm sitting there.
What's this?
Thank you, Tammy.
Oh, here she is.
Thank you, Tammy.
There. I never saw this.
Oh, is it up? You couldn't have caught that sooner while I'm sitting there.
It's up in one of these.
Yeah. What?
You can just pick these up.
I know, there. I got a bird out from there once.
Good asbestos.
Hold on, let me call it. You find it.
I'm calling it.
I had erotic videos up there.
Oh, I'm holding it.
Are you? Why, thank you. Good man. Glad we got
Yeah, usually it's coming from a pipe or something. That was good.
10 calls, a couple texts.
That's one from the office.
801 numbers, who is that?
Doesn't Jim do that?
Is that you, Lauren?
Yes.
You guys suck.
It's probably that hot girl you talked to the other night.
Nice one, Lauren.
Me, right. Thanks.
Nice one.
Thanks, guys.
Wow. She doesn't even look like the
Hot
same
girl you
person.
talked to the other night.
Nice one, Lauren.
Me, right.
Oh my God. I wouldn't even recognize her as the same person. No, I would not. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Wow. Hold on. Wow. I have no words. She was very pretty. Mm-mm. I wouldn't recognize her at all. She has completely transformed herself. Wow. I wouldn't even know that was her if they didn't say her name and stuff.
Nice one.
It's probably that hot girl you talked to the other night.
Nice one, Lauren.
Me, right. Thanks.
Nice one.
Thanks, guys.
I'm just letting you.
No, that doesn't even look like her. It is really sad, Janice. Wow. It's sad when you look at someone, she's not even 50. Mm. She's done a lot. She's done a lot.
You know,
phone in the ceiling.
next Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
Next Saturday.
Dude, the phone in the ceiling.
Next Saturday.
Wow. And she actually seems a little down to earth, too. I think they're just having fun at work. They're young. They're having fun. I mean, being goofy. It's just a small radio or TV station, you know. I can't find that live, though, Cindy. All right, let's go over to this now and let's see. She seems, real. Like, not, look at this. I mean, oh my God. Hold on. Okay, here we go.
First time here. I'm not the usual host. I am just filling in. My name is Ileana. I'm also known as the COE here at STS. For full disclosure, I am married to the host, Joel Waldman, who's on the road. So for today, I am filling in. I'm also a former network news correspondent who took a break from news to raise my 3 kids, 2 daughters.
So she's also a news person? Do you guys know this girl? She did? She said she never had work done? I'm older than Lauren. I am 7 years older than her. That's crazy to me. Thank you, Cindy. Oh, sorry. Let me give you the date on this one. May 17th, 2024.
Be my husband. So here I am today, and I'm here with these amazing 2 women, and there are no 2 people that know Chad Daybell and his story better than these 2 women. First, here up top on the right is Lauren.
Now, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I'm going to cut this out of the picture just because I want to see these 2 interact. Okay, and I want you guys to be able to see it.
From Hidden True Crime. Lauren has been there. I know many of you guys have been following her, and she's been there on the ground covering everything, not just for this trial, but for the Lori Vallow trial as well. You've also seen Lauren on Dateline, on Law and Crime, on News Nation. So thank you so much for being here, Lauren.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Oh, I'm so important.
And then we have Gigi there at the bottom, Pretty Lies and Alibis. You know her from her podcast. You also know her from News Nation, Law and Crime, and probably so many other media outlets. Gigi has also teamed up with us in the past to cover Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson in all of those tapes, but she's also an expert in this case. I know that Lauren and Gigi worked together, or at least worked side by side, covering the Lori Vallow case. So I just want to say thank you to both of you guys for being here. And thank you to everyone from all 3 of the channels for coming. I know a lot of you guys are excited for all of us to discuss what's going on. But I just want to get started off the top here. Lauren, you've been there. You've obviously been in the courtroom, been speaking to everyone who's been there. And yesterday, there were some huge developments. And I know for a solid hour or 2, all of us were just holding our breath, trying to figure out what was going to happen. Explain what the update is, what happened, and sort of what was going on in the courtroom as we found out that there was an issue with the charging documents.
Yeah, it was truly a wild and holding your breath day yesterday in the courtroom. I couldn't believe it. We had all prepared to go home early. We all sensed that the prosecution was going to rest. Even Judge Boyce said that as much. You know, the day before, he's like, we're probably gonna have a short court day. You know, I think that it was almost like we just knew we needed to get through one witness and then the prosecution would rest and we're going home and starting Monday with the defense. Well, that changed drastically. We took our morning break. We took a break right before lunch, thinking that was our lunch break. There wasn't going to be a lunch. We were all going home before lunch. We go back in, the prosecution rests. We're all on a high because it was such a great witness. Agent Hart did an incredible job. We were just like, this is a done deal. We're going to see Joe.
Did she say we were all on a high? We were all on a high.
That was our lunch break. There wasn't going to be a lunch. We were all going home before lunch. We go back in, the prosecution rests. We're all on a high because it was such a great witness. Agent Hart did an incredible job. We were just like, this is a done deal. We're going to see justice. We all file back in, and this is sort of protocol too, but they're going through all of the evidence that's been laid out by the prosecution, and John Pryor, the defense attorney for Chad Daybell, is saying, look, Judge, you know, I don't think they met their, you know, burden. Let's seek an acquittal or whatever. And, you know, going through all the evidence, making sure that we hit all of our points. And then Judge Boyce, it was actually Judge Boyce. He says, well, you know, we've got a problem. The indictment was amended in February, everyone. And J.J. Vallow, it says here that he died on or about September 8th, 2019. And J.J. Vallow, sweet 7-year-old J.J. Vallow, who we're all, you know, just like fighting for justice for and have been for 5 years. His grandparents are in the courtroom. Who we're all, you know, just like fighting for justice for and have been for 5 years. His grandparents are in the courtroom. All, you know, just like fighting for justice for and have been for 5 years. His grandparents are in the courtroom. They say, well, he was alive at that time. He in fact, the jury has been shown evidence that actually he was alive and well until at least September 22nd. And you can see the prosecution has their hands over their mouths. Like this death date's completely wrong. And Judge Boyd says, and the evidence that the jury has seen, they've been handed this indictment. They've seen this. The evidence doesn't match up. And we're just like, oh my gosh. And then Judge Boyd says, and in rule, whatever, I don't remember the rule number.
Rule 29 something.
Yeah, rule 29. You have to, if you need to change this indictment, you've got to do it before the prosecution rests. The prosecution had rested like 5 minutes ago. We're like, you've got to be kidding me. You could hear a pin drop. We were like, what in the world? We all huddled out of that courtroom, like behind the scenes, just, what was going on. We all just like slowly walked out of that courtroom in a daze, all looking at each other, strangers and friends.
By the way, Kresha, they show the video of Larry crying in this one where she... yes, it is sped up. Would you guys like me to slow it down a little bit? It's only on 1.25, but she's fast. Where Larry's sitting outside and she made him wait like 8 minutes on the bench. I just slowed it down. Let me know if it's too slow. And I will make the co a little easier to see here. There we go. There's co.
Friends, in the courtroom. People that are sitting by each other that don't know each other. People that have been friends and sitting by each other, all looking at each other going, what does that have been friends and sitting by each other?
People who have been friends and sitting by each other. Why would you even say that? Why would you even say that? Strangers and people have been friends with each other.
Walked out of that courtroom in a daze, all looking at each other, strangers and friends, in the courtroom. People that are sitting by each other that don't know each other. People that have been friends and sitting by each other, all looking at each other going, what does that mean? Are we not going to see justice for JJ? Is this over? Like, is this it after 5 years? Larry was beside himself. Like I said, there was just like a mass huddle. Nobody knew what to do. And then we realized Larry was missing. We ran downstairs to the front because we're on the 4th floor. So we ran all the way down.
We realized Larry was missing?
Down to the lobby and out the doors. And Larry's giving an interview off the cuff. He's dazed and confused too.
Oh my God.
I flip on my phone. I stand by Larry Woodcock's, a good friend of mine. He finishes the interview. We go and we sit down on a bench. We just sit there. And I have my phone out.
No, you sat there. He's sitting there trying to gather his thoughts. And you exploited him in that moment.
He finishes the interview. We go and we sit down on a bench. We just sit there. And I have my phone out for my lunch live that I've been doing. I've been doing lunch lives every day. And I'm explaining what just happened. And I'm looking at Larry and he's just... like I said, he's just blank. And what else was interesting that nobody could see is, like I said, usually for lunch, and Gigi knows this from last year, we all disperse. Everyone just kind of does their thing. We're all working or eating or whatever. Nobody did that yesterday. As I sat next to Larry and talked, there was like a huddle of people around us, like just swarming us, just like, because they didn't know what to do either. Like it was such the most heavy, horrible feeling. Like it was just, we were all just standing there. And so what did we do? I guess the Utah girl came out of me. I turned off my phone and we all just sat there standing there. And I was like, you know what? Let's order
the Utah girl in her. The Utah girl in her came out. I mean,
of me. I turned off my phone.
Look at the co. The co is like, can you shut the fuck up and let Gigi talk for a minute? I got another guest on here, B.
Horrible feeling. Like it was just, we were all just standing there. And so what did we do? I guess the Utah girl came out of me. I turned off my phone and we all just sat there standing there. And I was like, you know what? Let's order a bunch of food. Let's go back up to the 4th floor. We've got another hour.
You turned off your phone? No, you didn't. No, you didn't. The Utah girl and you.
Hour. So, I ordered everyone that was there, just like a bunch of food.
She ordered everyone food. Oh my God, she's such a good person. Oh my God.
Sat there standing there and I was like, you know what? Let's order a bunch of food. Let's go back up to the 4th floor. We've got another hour. So, I ordered everyone that was there, just like a bunch of food. We just sat there and talked.
How'd you order food if you shut your phone off? How'd you do that? You didn't have Grayson. How'd you do that? We ordered a bunch of food. We just ate instead. Do you really think that Larry wanted food? What?
So, I ordered everyone that was there, just like a bunch of food. We just sat there and talked and cried. Kay came running. It was just Larry in the courtroom. Kay came running, like, what is going on? She gave Larry a huge hug. They just hugged each other. It was the longest.
Gigi. Look at Gigi's face. God love her. God love her. Gigi does not have a poker face. Oh my God. I love you too, Vonda. This is nuts. Gigi's like, please, bitch, please.
Larry in the courtroom. Kay came running, like, what is going on? She gave Larry a huge hug. They just hugged each other. It was the longest, most torturous 2 hours that nobody expected at all. So that was behind the scenes.
I did ask you about this, but I hope it's okay. I pulled up some of the sound from Larry that you had because I was watching your lunch live.
Oh, I wonder if she didn't expect this. So the COE brought up the lunch live. Look at Lauren. She's like, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I didn't tell her she could bring that clip up.
And Gigi, I want to get your reaction to this, but I'm going to pull this up because it was obviously so powerful. It was so stressful. I know our chat was talking about, what's going to happen now. We were all so worried. And then with your lunch live, I mean, you literally were there reacting with Larry. So let me pull this for everyone. Let's watch it for a minute or so, and then I'll have Gigi hop in here and give us her take. Give me 1 minute.
In my mind, it was just like, okay, JJ's irrelevant. And that just hurt. That hurt. That just hurt.
You've been here every day of the trial. Larry has been here every day of this trial for justice for your grandson. And to think that this count, I don't know what it means either. I don't want to jump to it either. I wish I had an attorney here too. But to hear that this count, thank you, Laura, this count of first-degree murder for JJ Vallow. Have you heard anything? Not yet. We have attorneys on speed dial right now, guys. We're reaching out. And there's a crowd around here, just so you guys know, like everyone very concerned right now. I had a full lunch life plan, guys, and I was going to talk about.
I'll stop it right there. I know that you spoke to Larry, obviously, much longer than that, but I'll remove it right there. Gigi, why don't you hop in here and give us your reaction, because you obviously know this case very well. You also know Larry. And I'm sure you were also pretty shocked and taken aback as all of this was happening.
Yeah. She's got her sippy cup too. Yeah, she didn't show the whole thing, but it was very difficult to watch the whole thing.
And I'm sure you were also pretty shocked and taken aback as all of this was happening.
Yeah, and I don't know if you can see it, but I did put a picture down here at the bottom. I took a screenshot of the prosecution when they
fucking yes. Gigi redirects it back to the professionalism. I fucking love this right here. I love this. Okay, so let's kind of break this down. Lauren comes out the gate, right, with Larry Woodcock, exploiting Larry Woodcock. She couldn't talk about the case without bringing a victim into it. But then you've got Gigi. She's like, you got my screenshot of the prosecution? Because that's what we're here to talk about, is this trial and what went on inside the courtroom. I just loved this.
Picture down here at the bottom. I took a screenshot of the prosecution when they realized what was up. It's, it's hard to kind of get a clear shot, but you see Lindsay Blake. This is when she pulled up clearly that indictment and read and saw that it was wrong. And you just look at Rocky, and I think that picture speaks 1,000 words. I had to rewind it because it just didn't register at first that because then, they've rested. Holy moly. Like, Pryor is going to get him off this charge on a technicality, really. It happened last year. That's how Lori didn't get the death penalty. So, my chat, we were all just sick to our stomach. I said I would hate to see a blood pressure reading on me for those 2 hours yesterday. It was sickening and terrible. And some people were.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have Cooterville breaking news. Cooterville is officially at 24,935 subscribers. We are roughly 70. I don't know how to do math. I'm guessing 70 or 65 subs away from 25K. If you guys are not subbed up and you like what you see here, please consider subscribing so we can hit that 25K mark today. Thank you so much, Cooterville. This concludes the Cooterville announcement.
We're saying, oh, he's still going to go away forever. But it's the point that even if you have the conspiracy charge there, it is the murder charge of that 7-year-old innocent child found in his backyard. You don't want that to go away just for obvious reasons. And just the thought for 2 hours, that might go away. My heart was breaking for Kay and Larry. I reached out to Kay in the midst of this and just devastation and shock and just, a gut punch.
See how professional Gigi is? Hold on. We got to show Gigi. And we got to show Lauren. Gigi's like, I reached out. I felt bad for them. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Amora. Let's go, Cooterville. Thank you so much. We got subs coming in. Thank you, Felicia. Thank you so much, you guys.
Like she said, it's just a gut punch because that's their baby. And man, but thank goodness. I mean, Judge Boyce, I have to say, I said last year, Lori's trial might have been the smoothest trial I've ever sat in. He's a great judge. I think he's fair to
Lauren's
both sides.
checked out.
And
Look at her.
I think that, he really dug deep. And I think the arguments that the state put forth made a lot of sense. So that's the benefit of having such a smart prosecution team, is they're able to put their heads together over a couple of hours and make 3 really solid arguments, which ultimately ended in JJ's charge sticking. But Chad, like, his ears went up. I really went back and watched his reaction several times. And John Pryor cannot say he caught it. So
Lauren loves his ears.
It was Judge Boyce, but still Chad perked up really quickly. And I thought to myself, he's going to think this is part of the divine plan, the blueprint. That he's going to think this conversation with Lori, things are going to work out. I'm like, don't give him that. Don't give him that, please. So thank goodness it ended well and that charge sticks and we move forward with justice. But man, those 2 hours, I don't drink. I about started day drinking yesterday.
Well, and Gigi and Lauren, I mean, the prosecutor's reaction says it all. Thanks for screenshotting that and sharing that. I mean, that reaction, you don't get that very often in a courtroom. But Annie K here has a very interesting question, and it's something that we all were asking. Annie K says, can the panel explain why the judge waited until the state had closed before bringing this up? Because the whole issue was, now that the state had closed, according to law, you're not supposed to make any changes. But if he had said anything 20 minutes before, it still could have been amended easily. So do we know why he waited? Do we know if maybe he didn't notice
What about
before?
me?
I honestly don't know if he did notice before. I think, and you know what's so funny? It wasn't even John Pryor, the defense attorney, that brought it up. You'd think that would have been his magic weapon. He claims he knew. He didn't know. It would have been the first thing he would have said.
Sorry about
he had
that.
the biggest smirk on his face.
Yeah,
he would have brought it up. He didn't
would have
know.
jumped up as soon as they said the state rests. He would have popped up like a jack in the box. Excuse me.
Yeah. I really think it was Judge Boyce looking over everything, as just this protocol, just what you do. And he was like, we've got a problem. We've got a problem. And so, I mean, Judge Boyce luckily did find it. Think if he didn't.
Thank you for the sub up, Dina.
What I was going to say, Lauren, is thank goodness he found it yesterday and not, even after this case is over, because that would be a big issue potentially for appeal, I would assume.
Yeah. Yeah.
So thank goodness he did catch it. So
Yeah, and I really think he set precedent too. The judge did. He kind of went in there. He's like, "Look, this is this is clearly an error." What I think happened, Gigi, I think someone probably copied and pasted Tylee's charge, put it down, and then just forgot to change the date because it is the date Tylee, was murdered. And
muy good. That's where Grayson gets it from. Muy good. Quit talking about Tylee. Because you compared yourself to Tylee, which is absolutely disgusting. Did she say bad things about the actual victims that are no longer here? That's my question. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that she didn't only talk shit about the survivors of these crimes, but the actual victims that didn't survive?
Because so I think that the judge really set precedent with a really solid argument, and he laid it out. I think Judge Boyce is such a good judge. I felt pretty good. I don't know how other people feel. I know other people feel otherwise. I felt pretty good about his argument and his decision that, look, this was a typo, and they never okayed an amendment. It was it was good for 4 years. It was solid for 4 years. It was just in February where they made an amendment for something else. They amended the indictment.
Thank you, Mary Kay, for the sub up. Let's see where we stand. You guys are subbing up like motherfuckers. We are officially at 24,947. Thank you so much. We're so close.
For something else that it accidentally got changed. So I think you kind of explaining. Go ahead.
Lauren and Gigi, I don't know any of this, so you might know since you guys are the experts. Astra's asking, how could they have not learned their lesson from having to change Lori's at the last minute of trial? Was this an issue with Lori as well? Or was there like some kind of last minute change that they had to make?
Go ahead, Lauren.
There was some wording change that they had to make, like on or about, like things like it said on or about rather than on or in between.
She doesn't
like
know.
Types of wording like that. And
you know how smart Gigi is? Gigi's like, I ain't fucking speaking on that because I don't know what the exact wording is. So I'll let her sit there and bumble herself because I'm a professional and I know what the fuck I'm doing. I know what to speak on and what not to speak on. This girl's just fucking diarrhea of the mouth. I'll just let her do it. Good for Gigi. Thank you so much, Beans. Northern Light just came in with 10 new cooters. We've got Purple Angel, Harley Rider, Ruth Ann, Yorkie Nana, me, Carmel, and Eternally Hazel.
Just help a brother out.
Where are the bodies, G? Maga, Barbie, Sylvia, Mrs. Ed, the famous Mrs. Ed, Melissa, Firefly, Kathy, Ranny, Farty Marty, Carice, Velen, Linz, Dr. Macy. You guys got 10 more from Pines. Come on in.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
Look at all the greens in the chat. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas to all of you. Congratulations and thank you again to Pines and Northern Light. I call her Beans. So if you're wondering who Beans is, it's Northern Light.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Kiss my ass. Kiss his ass. Kiss your ass. Happy Hanukkah.
We need 50 more subs. I think we can do this. All right, let's keep going.
I don't know why they didn't switch it for Lori and for Chad. Maybe that's not a question for me, but the wording changes that they had to make were really like technical. And I do think it was because it was a capital punishment charge that they had to be very specific. And again, Idaho just doesn't see these type of crimes. I think this is the first time prosecution.
Oh, shut up. Idaho sees crimes. Idaho doesn't see these kind of crimes. Yes, enjoy your memberships. And just as a quick reminder, since we have a lot of people here today, I want to just let you know that Cooterville was derived from another creator talking about my vajayjay. And I took that and I made a community out of it. So she told me to close my legs, that I had a gaping, wide open cooter, that I had a gaping lake. She said all these horrible things, but we made lemonade out of lemons. So that is how Cooterville began, to give you
Help
the
a
short
brother out
story.
here.
So there you go.
Prosecutors have been, writing an indictment.
Thank you, Ada and Patricia.
This specific. So I think that they wrote the indictment and the judge was like, look, we got to get more. It was ruled that things have to just be changed to be really specific. I don't know though why we
She
couldn't
doesn't
do
know
that
shit.
during Lori's trial versus Chad's, but I wonder if
Crimeology,
the death
hey,
penalty
girl.
made a difference. Who knows?
Well, and all of our hearts stopped there for what seemed like a few hours as we were all sort of waiting to figure out what happened. It seems like now he is going to allow it for now, but it seems to not be a final thing. Like, could this be brought up again? Actually, I have a question here from Rosemary Romero saying, do you think that Chad could win an appeal for Judge Boyce overturning the motion for count 4 of JJ's first-degree murder charge? Is this a final decision? Or I know that the judge
And that
was
is the
talking-
girl. That's the girl that said all this shit about me. And this is her. This emoji right here. This emoji is the girl who said that about me. And that's her making the motion of how wide my cooter is. See that? See her hands out like that? That's her saying that my cooter is that wide. So that's why we have cooter salutes. Cooters are undercover with the cooter clippers. We got all of it. Okay. Oh, it has just been 1 year of Cooterville.
Cooter undercover. Cooters, unite.
Thanks,
having to
Jules.
discuss it again down the line.
I would say in law, everything's possible, right? Will John Pryor be filing appeals on this? Absolutely. Absolutely. Do I think he could win an appeal? I'm more optimistic. I don't. I'm not an attorney. I don't want to play one on YouTube. I feel pretty confident in, again, Judge Boyce's decision, but will there be attempts? Well, sure. Yes.
Yeah. And the thing too is I'm sure part
You
of the
can't
2
make it up,
hours, Judge
folks.
Boyce was checking with other people in the legal field to say, is this something that I can rule on if I go this route that's not going to bring this case back on appeal? So I'm sure he covered his bases too. And I think the big thing is John Pryor not starting his defense case kind of was a blessing in disguise because, the state rested, but he had not started presenting his case. I think it might have been a little different had Pryor been already into his case. I don't know, but to me, it just seems like catching it before the defense takes over was a lucky catch by Judge Boyce. So yeah, but it's, you just sit here and it's, we know Kay and Larry and we've grown to love them like family. And so my heart hurt for them knowing I watched Lauren, talking with Larry. It's just so devastating. And you think last year, we had the drama of whether or not Larry would be in the courtroom and, or Kay, it was Larry, right? They weren't going to let Larry in the courtroom. And so it seems like both trials we've had these kind of heart-stopping moments of holy moly, this is crazy, but everything ended well on both issues. But man, I don't want to go through that again.
Well, and the fact that it's not just, I mean, every homicide case is awful, but in this specific case, I mean, it involves children. It involves horrific.
I really do like COE too. I think COE seems really cool. Now, her husband, I like his show as well. The only thing I didn't like was when Joel compared Madeline Soto to Weekend at Bernie's. That really kind of got me. But I like this. I like the COE. I like her. I think she should be on more often.
Details that we've been learning about, like the
A 7-year-old boy with special needs,
Yeah, I mean, it's just so awful, and to have that technicality just stop us all in our tracks.
A 7-year-old with special needs. Like, why did she need to say that? Why does she got to say that? Co's like, what? Yes, this is Joel's Co. Mm-hmm. She's the backbone. I can tell. She got her shit together. I'll tell you what, I like the Co.
She's got her shit together.
Involves horrific details that we've been learning about. Like the
A 7-year-old boy with special needs,
Yeah, I mean, it's just so awful, and to have that technicality just stop us all in our tracks and think, wow, this could be an issue. There could be a charge that isn't, that he isn't facing because of a technicality, definitely just stops everyone and, is a huge concern. And obviously the law is the law, but I'm very grateful that the judge was reasonable and that things seem to be working out. But what about today? Have either of you, I know you guys both have a relationship with Larry, have either of you guys checked in on him or spoken to him last night, today, see how he's feeling after a very stressful day yesterday?
I know they were actually flying out of town for a graduation for their granddaughter. So that's what else. Like, it was like the perfect timing,
Did we really need to know what they're doing in their personal lives? This is a flex. You know how they say there's like, what do they call that when people are grifting, like a soft grip? What do they call that? I don't really remember the term. But this is like, why does she need to give this information? What they're doing in their personal lives. This is her flex. Like, I know what they're doing. Oh my gosh. Is she just threw down 10 more cooter ships? Welcome in, Banana Bottom, Dana, Racia, Jessica, Mary Lionheart, The Real Body Movin', Christina Bell, Rhoda Rowe. Welcome to in. Thank you so much, Ishi. That's so nice. Look at all this raining cooters in here today. You know why?
We're not mean.
That's why. We're nice here in Cooterville. Welcome in, everybody. Woo! We got Gaslight to You coming in with a super chat. I hope the ex is watching all of this and feels validated. Me too. Me too. Oh, moderator, take a shot of the cooter juice. Oh, boy. Thank you so much, guys.
They were actually flying out of town for a graduation for their granddaughter. So that's what else. Like, it was like the perfect timing, the prosecution was going to rest. They were feeling good. And then they were going to fly out to celebrate with family. So I do think that they're out of town now. Thank goodness this was resolved before Monday, because originally the prosecution was like, let's tackle this Monday. I can't imagine them being able to celebrate. So I haven't talked to them. They're celebrating with family. I hope they're doing okay.
I can't imagine them celebrating. I mean, they're with their family. Leave them alone. Stop speaking for them. This is the kind of shit that is so over the boundaries. It's not even funny. Listen how she said that.
I haven't talked to him. There's Monday.
She hasn't even talked to him, but she feels comfortable sharing this information, right?
Originally, the prosecution was like, let's tackle this Monday. I can't imagine them being able to celebrate. So I haven't talked to them. They're celebrating with family. I hope they're doing okay.
Yeah, same. I didn't bother them last night because, just the decompression process of that stress. I thought they just need to be together. They need some quiet. So I'll check in with them on Sunday. So I'm just glad they're able, like you say, Lauren, to celebrate the graduation of their granddaughter, because that would have been such a heavy weight on their back all weekend. So thank goodness Judge Boyce was like, no, I'm going to give you 2 hours. And that's it. So, yeah, at least it got resolved before they left, because they do deserve, you think about these last 2 years, the heaviness between Lori's trial going on really a year.
See, Gigi coming in with more common sense. It's not about what they're doing. It doesn't matter what their plans are. No one needed to know that. But Lauren had to say that because she had to make it seem like somehow she's closer. But then we've got Gigi coming in for the save. Roping it back into the professional arena.
You think about these last 2 years, the heaviness between Lori's trial going on really a year later at the same time as Chad's. It's just a constant reminder of what happened to JJ. And then in a way, Charles, even though he's not, part of the charges in this case, he's very much a part of this story. Kay and Larry lost 2 people in this tragedy. So just any kind of hiccup is just like, geez, we've waited so many years for this to go to trial. And then you would hate to see something like that just totally derail the justice process for JJ. So, oof.
And I'll say this too, in talking to Larry and Kay this week, actually specifically Larry, but Kay was kind of taking a break, as was Tammy Daybell's aunt. This trial has been really heavy, and it's lasted a lot longer than Lori's, even in prosecution. And so this is from Larry. Larry said, we thought that after getting through Lori's, that would be the hardest, and that this was going to be okay, and it was. He's like, but the prosecution has done an excellent job. He was complimenting them, but they have been a lot more technical and a lot more specific and a lot more detailed. And he said, it's been a lot harder for us than I had imagined or expected it to be. He had thought the worst was over. And it was just this week he was telling me this.
Sorry, we have got to pause there. We got to pause there. That was another good example. I'm sorry, I got up to grab something. But here we are, We've got Gigi keeping it professional, and then she comes in hot with, Larry and Kay and Tammy Daybell's aunt and Kay and Larry and Kay. Shut up. Gigi's got her number, dude. Gigi is not dumb. And Gigi is a professional, and you can tell. Thank you to all the new members. Holy shiznuts. Christina Black Cat Meow, welcome to Cooterville. And Reputa the Buta joined today. Thank you, Reputa. It's nice to have you. Thank you so much.
And talking to Larry and Kay.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Oof. And I'll say this.
So she says, justice for JJ, right? And then she's got to come in and go, well, in talking to Larry and Kay.
Totally derail the justice process for JJ. So, oof.
And I'll say this too, in talking to Larry and Kay this week, actually specifically Larry, but Kay was kind of taking a break, as was Tammy Daybell's aunt. This trial has been really heavy, and it's lasted a lot longer than
no
Lori's,
one needs to know.
And so this is from Larry. Larry said, we thought that after getting through Lori's, that would be the hardest, and that this was going to be okay, and it was. He's like, but the prosecution has done an excellent job. He was complimenting them, but they have been a lot more technical and a lot more specific and a lot more detailed. And he said, it's been a lot harder for us than I had imagined or expected it to be. He had thought the worst was over. And it was just this week he was telling me this, as Kay was sort of taking a break from the courtroom. He was saying, we're ready for this to be over.
Notice how Gigi said she's giving him space. And she's like saying so many times, like, I talked to them this week. She sure does, Crush. I'm so sorry. But this is very telling, isn't it? This is very telling. I'm glad I found this.
This is really hard. This is really heavy. And then boom, that happened. So thank goodness this is resolved. But yeah, it was a very, very hard week for them in general. So to just have that, thank heavens it's been resolved before they've left. They really needed this break.
Wow.
And,
see how she just had to go deeper with that. Oh, I have this connection. Right. Gigi's giving him space. Look at Gigi. She's like, oh my God, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. You are such a pick me. Ooh.
These nuts. You're mentioning that this case has been so much more, or this trial rather, has been so much more detailed, or the evidence has just been much more descriptive, or I don't know, it just hit differently for the.
Oh my God, if she talked about the Petitos, Lauren, if you said anything bad about the Petitos, good luck coming back from that one. Right, Kate? Good luck delving your way out of that. Does anybody know if she said anything bad about the Petitos? Oh, that would just be, that would be the end of the end. This live stream was a year ago. This was a year ago. Susan Hendricks calling her pretty woman.
evidence has just been much more descriptive, or I don't know, it just hit differently for the family. Is there, have they decided to step out on certain days? Are there anything that they're doing differently to try to cope? Because obviously, even for us who are watching it at home, and for full disclosure, I'm fairly new to this case. I know you guys have been following this for quite some time, but I'm a mom of 3, and to hear what they're discussing, to imagine the reality of what happened, it is very difficult. So how is the family coping and dealing?
There are 3 family members that are in there, the majority of.
Do you notice how she just piped right in? And look at COE. COE's real, dude. She's like, I'm a mom of 3. I can't get so ingrained in this fucking nasty case like you have. You know? I mean, I'm sure under Kresha and her family would love to say, oof, this is just too hard for me to follow. You know, unfortunately, the people that Lauren has hurt, the people that Lauren has fucked over, the people that Lauren have used, unfortunately, they didn't have a choice to say this one's too heavy. They were thrown into it. And I'm being dead ass right now. They were literally thrown into something that most of us are like, oof, I that's too fucking dark. Like, that's too, I can't even, you know, as a mom, I can't even. And then we've got this woman who's a mom, who's so ingrained that she can't help but say the murderers' names all the time. She incorporates it with everything. Thank you, blessed mom from Texas. Happy holidays, Cooters. Love to all. Kresha, we love you. Jay, let's get those texts out. LM needs to be blasted. Thank you for your super chat, and happy holidays to you. And we love Under Kresha. Did I miss anybody else? Joel, a.k.a. Cindy. This one is just for you today. You deserve it. Celebrate your soon-to-be 25,000 subs, too. I just really enjoy my everyday with Jay, and I know I'm not alone in that. Cindy Roberts. Thank you, Cindy. That is so sweet. Thank you, Stella, for the sub. Gosh, thank you so much. I'm glad you guys enjoy Cooterville. I'm glad I could provide a safe place for everybody to voice out their feelings. We are at 24,965. Let's get back to our review.
Of days. It's Vicky Hoban, who is Tammy Daybell's aunt, and then Kay.
Oh my God, she's given last names. We can't get away from it. Those texts really need to come out. This is horrible. This is worse than I even thought it would be. P.S. I did not review this before we watched it.
That are in there the majority of days. It's Vicky Hoban, who is Tammy Daybell's aunt, and then Kay and Larry Woodcock, the grandparents of JJ.
Okay, the COE just said, hey, how's the family coping? This is her. Vicky, da-da-da, is the aunt, and Kay and Larry Woodcock, they're the grandparents, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Vallow, and they also do such a good job, you know, supporting Tylee Ryan as well, JJ's sister. And last year, and Gigi knows this, last year, Larry really only took, I don't think he took a single day off, even the worst days, even when they were showing those pictures to the gallery that Gigi and I will never forget. Larry stayed. He wept in the courtroom.
Oh my God, stop exploiting him. He wept in the courtroom. You already showed us him weeping outside the courtroom. You showed us him weeping in your house. Do you guys remember that? I think we need to revisit that video. You know, the one that she struck Kresha for? Where she sits there for a good, I think Turtle Boy counted, minute and a half of Larry crying. He wept. She preys on their fucking pain. She preys on their pain.
That Gigi and I will never forget. Larry stayed. He wept in the courtroom audibly, but he was there. This time around, for the first time ever, Larry took a day off. So they let them know whenever it's going to be a hard day, whenever there's going to be evidence that they need to let the victims know about. And Larry, for the most part, has stuck it through until one day. And I think it was the first day ever in all of both trials, he was like, you know what? I got to be done for a second. Kay and Vicky have also taken some
God.
days off when they learn that it's going to be some very difficult details like autopsy photos or just descriptions they don't want to hear. They're taking care of themselves. And Vicky, you know, will come sometimes at break and say, you know, they told me that this morning about Tammy. I didn't want to hear it, but I'm here now.
Thanks, Mugsies.
They are all so committed, and they want to be there. But they are.
Can you let the other two
it's
talk?
getting heavier and heavier. They took quite a few. I think they took a few days off this week. It's getting hard.
And Gigi, I know that you, or well, I don't know. Are you planning on still going out there?
Yeah, I'm leaving early Sunday morning, like way early.
Okay.
I'm excited to see you.
I know. I can't wait to see you.
I know. I wish it was under other circumstances, but I'm so looking forward to seeing you.
For sure. Me too. I can't wait to get up. It's been weird watching it at home, but just with mom stuff going on, one running track, one getting ready for graduation, it just didn't work out.
Poor Gigi. She's got one in track, one graduating. She's taking care of her mom. I mean, look at Lauren. She's like, I don't give a fuck.
For me, and you know, to be honest, a lot of the networks really didn't think the interest would be high in this case. So last year, there was a lot more media there, pretty much on a consistent level. But this year, you know, and for me, I have to say, I agree that we've learned a lot more in this trial, I think, than we did in Lori's, because when they released the Chandler document dump and the Gilbert document dump, we got a really good picture of some of the inner workings of what led up to these murders. But and I think a lot of Lori's trial was sort of things we knew. We did have some things in there we didn't, but with Chad's, the dash cam video of him after he got arrested.
You know, that's a really good point. She skipped the trial for track and graduation and life. Her grandma, sorry, I said her mom. And Lauren didn't go to her brother's bedside because of the trial. Let that sink in. I mean, really let that sink in. Take for a moment that these are characters on YouTube and think about real life. Your kid's running track. You're getting ready for graduation. You're taking care of your grandma living with you. You just can't do it. You just can't do it. And Gigi just picks up like an adult and just keeps going. She does what she can do from home, right? But then you've got the other one. Brother's dying. I needed to be there for justice for these victims, as if nothing would go on without her. These two were never meant to be friends. She's too real. She's too fake.
Talking to Emma was just blew my mind. And then that phone conversation they just played a couple of days ago. I mean, so we're hearing a lot more details. And then for me, that jail call really turned my way of thinking a bit about Lori and Chad. You know, they really did a good job on this trial of showing Chad as the mastermind, as the one who really was pulling the strings as far as the thought process. I think they're 50-50 culpable. They both traded off their power at certain times. But I've just learned so much about these little details that really fill in a lot of those missing puzzle pieces, along with re-binging a lot of Lauren's interviews with Suzanne Freeman, Heather Daybell, kind of rewatching those during this trial has given me.
That's a good way to put it, Berlin. Gigi's working the case. Lauren's working the crowd. That is exactly it.
A lot better insight into just the whole picture. So if you guys haven't watched those interviews on her channel, do.
Yes, before.
Because it really kind of filled in a lot of gaps for me too, that helps me understand this stuff a lot better. Like Chad doing this way before he met Lori. This is nothing new with Chad. Right. I mean, it's just he finally found his band of misfits that were like, yeah, we'll follow you. You know, it's so we finally found his group, and man, he went, you know, he went full speed after he found his people. It's just, it's insane.
Lauren's
so well said. Yeah.
Lauren and Gigi, the last time we spoke, I remember I asked you guys, I said, who was leading who in this? And that was sort of the debate that we had last time that we had alive. And I know a lot of people say, you know, Lori has always had her patterns and Chad has had his patterns. But what I found interesting in some of the texts, I actually wrote it down, so I'm going to read it. Sorry, I probably should have built a graphic here. But there were some texts from Lori.
Text from Lauren.
To Chad. And the text says, let me see. Okay, Lori Vallow is asking Chad Daybell if there is, quote, a perfectly orchestrated plan to take the children. Please ask the Lord to take them. And Chad responds saying, there is a plan. So I do think in this trial, as you were just mentioning, Gigi, they are very much trying to lay down all of the evidence and give us a clear path that Chad is holding Lori's hand and is showing her the way. And his way, obviously, is a very sick and twisted path to obviously what we now know. And so previously, when I spoke to you guys, I had asked how you guys felt about who is leading who. Does one have more guilt over the other? Where are you guys now in terms of how you're feeling about Chad versus Lori? Or are they just
this will be interesting. Tell us, Lauren.
At this point.
Which one?
Good, Lauren.
Okay. I was like, go ahead.
I had a dog nibbling on my toe.
I'm like, really quickly. Also, everyone, please submit your questions, but put cues in there. I'm going to start to pop them up. All right, continue. Sorry, Lauren.
Yeah, no, I've actually always, I have fluctuated in other areas of this case, like up and down, like thinking about things, but this is actually one place where my husband, Dr. John Matthias, and I have always stayed pretty consistent. Our first podcast in June of 2020, we sat down with microphones in our living room.
No one cares.
We hadn't had the FOIA docs or anything. And I was like, hey, John, tell me about Lori Vallow. And he said, before we talk about Lori Vallow, we need to talk about Chad Daybell.
Okay, give
because
your
Chad
answer.
Daybell is what puts this whole thing in motion. So I know that rubs people the wrong way when I say that. They're like, you're not holding Lori accountable. Lori is exactly where she needs to be for the rest of her life. And she allowed this to happen. You heard Co's text that she just read there. Lori
I would not be surprised.
And she's been held accountable.
I would not be surprised to find out that they were writing to Chad and Lori. Would you guys be surprised? Put a 1 in chat if you think it's possible that they are writing to both Chad and Lori. I could see John writing to Chad. I could.
But I think we all look at Lori because she's the mother and she let this happen to her children. But when it comes to like the belief system, and this is what I've always said, whose belief system is this? Who was learning the belief system? It was Chad Daybell's belief system that he was teaching Lori and encouraging her. And I can't not, I will never stop saying that, no matter what a horrible mother we find out Lori was in her life or all the problems she has had. This sex, power, and money was created through a belief system, and this belief system is Chad Daybell's.
Yeah, I agree. And I think too, a lot of people say, and the one thing I think is what's important is April Raymond made a comment.
By the way, Gigi has better audio than you, Lauren. I don't know who was doing your audio at this time, but your audio kind of sucks.
That Lori felt Charles wasn't her equal spiritually. So I think that Lori was listening to these Julie Rowe podcasts, reading Chad's books, and starting to get radicalized. And then when she met Chad and he's like, we've been married and other probations, that was it. That was what she was looking for. So it's just like fire and gasoline, and they just met. And I think that they took turns being in control and being manipulative. For example, when Tammy wasn't dead yet, Lori's like, just go be with your family. We don't have anything until essentially she's gone. That's manipulation on her part to get Chad to speed up killing his wife so they could be together. And so I think we do see that switch off at times. The one thing I will say is that Lori, in hindsight, was never a great mom. You look at the custody battle with Joe Ryan as an example, and what Tylee was put through.
I agree with Gigi.
In what I think was Lori's quest just to get free of Joe Ryan. But there's something to be said for the fact that she never killed her kids until Chad Daybell came along. Now, do I think that makes her any less culpable? No. A mother's job, your core job as a mom, is to protect your little baby. Even if they're 50, they're your baby. You're going to take care of them. And
yes. Amen. Amen, Gigi. Thank you so much, Canvas and Crime. She says, LOL, you are an audio snob, Jay. I really am. Thank you so much for your super chat. I am an audio snob. That's funny you noticed that.
She didn't, and she encouraged this. What's JJ at now? What number is Tylee at? Not a 0. That was a big thing. Like disappointment. The kids were not at the stage where, according to Chad's chart, they would be dead. So I think it's very 50-50. And at times Chad threw his power around and Lori gobbled it up, and vice versa. You know, she threw her dance videos and her bikinis around, and it just, you see what happened here. Caused a big storm, y'all.
Yes, it did.
Gigi's like, piggyback off that southern style, bitch. I love Gigi. She's so real. And look at COE. She's like, I love her. She's like, I love her, y'all. Look at COE. She's like, damn. She just came in with that southern slang. And Lauren's like, oh my God. Oh my God. So like redneck.
And it just, you see what happened here. Caused a big storm, y'all.
A big storm. Get it? Storm. Chad's storm. Blech. And COE's like, no, she didn't.
Yes, it did.
Gosh. Lauren, when that came out,
a little
before
itty
that
bitty
day,
though.
I was like,
Oh my God. Lauren said little itty bitty. No, she didn't. She's thought about Chad's storm like that.
Fuck directly off.
These nuts.
Oh my God. Thanks, Sarah.
happened here.
She said itty bitty.
Caused a big storm,
Teeny weeny.
y'all.
Yes, it did.
Gosh. Lauren, when that came out,
A little
before
itty
that
bitty
day,
though.
was
I
like,
wouldn't
I'm
call
gonna
it a
get
big
kicked
storm.
out.
Can I just
When-
say I
when
wouldn't
that
call it
came
a
out-
big storm.
When that came
Itty
out
bitty.
that day, Lauren, I had to bite my tongue till it.
Can I just
when-
say I
when
wouldn't
that
call it
came
a
out-
big storm.
When that came
Itty
out that
bitty.
day,
Okay, Lauren. Okay.
Okay.
This is little itty bitty, she says. And Gigi's like, oh, Lord. I didn't think she'd go that deep with it.
Itty though.
I was
I
like,
wouldn't
I'm
call
gonna
it a
get
big
kicked
storm.
out.
Can I just
When-
say I
when
wouldn't
that
call it
came
a
out-
big storm.
when that came
Itty
out
bitty.
that day, Lauren, I had to bite my tongue till it bled. I was like, I have the sense of humor of a 12-year-old boy. So when that poor agent on the stand, what is the storm? Chad's penis. I was like, don't laugh. Don't laugh. The judge is going to kick you out. And every time I hear it, I just giggle because, and then Chad looks so proud. Did you see that? Where he
That's
looks
what's
at
so
the jury.
disgusting. Yes.
Oh,
he's proud. He's
like,
proud of this.
you know,
He's
did you
proud
guys
of
hear?
his. Yeah, I mean, he's proud of his like how not to sext text.
What? Lauren? Oh, my God. I can tell you right now. Gigi would never have put her fingers up to show how big Chad's penis was.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
Oh
Right?
my
Like they're
gosh.
so terrible. They're so
They're so
terrible, and he is proud in it, which is also despicable. Most human beings would be mortified that these are being read to the world, and he does seem proud, which makes it all the more despicable.
Look, when
And
that
the irony is he's also always just sitting there lifeless.
yeah.
Lifeless.
And then it's like
Plug.
the one time he's always just sitting there lifeless.
Lifeless.
And then it's
That's
like
plug.
the one time he's reacting, it's to that. So.
Yeah, I always think
Yeah.
my computer's frozen when he's on the screen because he's just like, so stiff.
It's so true. I remember covering the Daybell case, and I'm like, is he fucking moving? Does he blink? Chad literally sat there like a freaking statue. And then when they mentioned the storm, he perked up. It was really gross. Oh, okay. So in the Chad Daybell trial, it came out that Lori called his penis the storm. Ugh.
But I mean, if that were me, I'd have my head down. I'd fake a seizure to get out of that testimony. If they're reading my smut texts, all across the world, I would be in my chair like, pretending like I had a seizure, get carted out, let it go on. There's no way, y'all. No way. I'd stand up and say, I'm an idiot. Just send me to prison for the rest of my life, just for these texts. That's bad enough.
Yeah, no, Chad's like, keep going, please, please.
He's reliving it in his
Lauren was like,
mind.
please
Ooh.
go.
Oh, it's terrible.
All right, question
too.
from Rosemary Romero here. For full disclosure, she keeps asking a lot of questions. Thank you, Rosemary. But if anyone else wants to chime in, I have like 25 here pulled up, but please put 2 or 3 cues so that I can see them. This is for both of you ladies. What did Gigi and Lauren think of the jailhouse call between Lori and Chad on June 8th?
So there's a lot of butt joints.
I thought it showed their dynamic really well, like the push and pull that Gigi talked about, the back and forth, but like just how it showed. They saved it for Chad's trial because it showed how Chad was calling the shots and manipulating Lori. I mean, they didn't play this in Lori's trial, I think, for a reason. And it shows, they're talking in code. They're trying to put a house down on, or a mobile home or a manufactured home down on the children's graves. They both seem to know, but Chad's the one, he had filed a permit. Then Lori's talking in code. He's reading Visions of Glory to her at the beginning, this strange book that they considered was scripture. They're talking about the New Jerusalem, the second coming. And in the end, I love it. Like Chad's trying to blame Alex on everything. He's like, the contractor, Alex, he's texting dead people. We've heard of seeing dead people. Chad texts them. So he's texting Alex, who's dead, who's like the contractor and the blueprint of all of this.
Thank you for subbing up, Hash Brown.
Lori's like, well, is this plan going to work? Is this plan going to work? And Chad's like, Alex says it is. She's like, no, I need to hear from you that it's going to work. And that's when he was like, I have never been more confident. I am so assured this plan is going forth. I'm telling you, I'm in charge. You're beautiful. You're a goddess. I thought that for me, that was like the moment. He's like, trust me, this is happening. Taking the reins. It was a powerful moment. But I actually haven't talked to Gigi about it, and I'm really curious what you took from it, Gigi. I was just sitting there. We can't even talk to our neighbors about it.
Oh my God,
shut
up.
Yeah, no, I know. I'd have been sending you hand signals or something. But I mean, it was so revealing, and you really see the depths of what they believe. And I think with Lori, for me, I've always thought Lori was a lot more, and definitely Alex, more invested in this wackadoodle belief system.
Oh,
I think Chad liked
she's
the
a
power.
wackadoodle.
I don't know that Chad necessarily bought into everything
She's a
he was selling,
wackadoodle.
but I think
A
Lori and Chad just
wackadoodle.
gobbled it up. It showed
She
me
said gobbled.
that with the giggling, and you had these little code words about the soil, and you can't, something about digging in the backyard or something like that. You know what I mean? She said that 2 or 3 times. You know what I mean? And you know what they're talking about. In some roundabout way, they're talking about what's on Chad's property. Little did they know the planning that was going on the very moment they had this call. It was the day before they found JJ and Tylee. But it was horrific. Really, to be honest, they're giggling like my 12-year-old does on the phone with her friends. And there's 2 kids dead. And in some
Cindy, if you want to send them to me, I will send them on to Jolie, and I'll get her email and send them to her. If you send them to me, I don't know where to find them.
Ways almost throwing it in the face of everybody who heard that in that courtroom and across the world, that they know what's up, but we don't. And it's one of those things. I'll listen to it 10 times and have a different opinion every single time. But I do think it's just another indication of no remorse, still believing what they did was right. And man, between that and the dash cam video, those were the 2, to me, the biggest pieces of evidence the state put in this trial that shows.
YBE, that's weird.
The jury, Chad never said, what'd you find on my property? Like where?
Thanks,
Whose
Seawitt.
remains did you find? All that,
Thanks for being
I
here.
think it's gonna be very powerful to this jury.
So
I agree.
professional.
I agree.
I just wanted to pop up these photos quickly. I know that many of you guys here that are watching have been watching this for a very long time, but I just wanted to pop up the photos of JJ, of Tylee, and of Tammy Daybell there. These are obviously the 3 victims that we're talking about. And through all of these cases, it's very sad, obviously, to have to see any kind of trial that involves children. But here it was not just 1 child, but 2 children, and also Tammy as well. So I do want to take a minute to remember them, and also all of their family, who obviously is still grieving and will forever grieve. We always talk about closure, but
No
I was just
closure.
speaking to someone yesterday who lost a young daughter, and she was telling me that closure is, it never happens. It makes us feel good to say that, but this is a lifelong thing that they're always going to have to deal with, and the facts and evidence, as we are hearing, are very, very difficult. So our hearts are with all of the family members. And speaking of family members,
You know what? I agree, Kresha. How nice. Got to give it to the COE. Absolutely. COE, my hat's off to you. I mean, what a respectful woman. She knows how to do it. Gigi also does the same. Lauren's like, why are we talking about this? Can we get back to what I know? Can we get back to what I'm saying? We are 27 subs away from 25K. You guys showed up and showed out today.
Gigi and Lauren, this is a question here from Astra. We know how the victim's family members feel, but what about Chad's family? What about his kids? Do we know who is testifying, if anyone? And do we know how they feel about what's going on? I don't know how much we've heard.
Oh,
from
here
them.
comes Lauren. She can't hardly help herself.
Yeah, so I suspect, and I'll go first. Is that okay, Gigi? I just jumped
Yeah,
in.
no, I want you to go first.
my
Okay.
You're
God.
there.
Gigi knows.
Okay. I suspect
You got to just give her the spotlight.
these are the two I'm most interested in. Emma Daybell, I think, will certainly be one. In fact, I suspect that she'll be the star witness of John Pryor, which is another reason this dash cam footage of Chad is so important, because he was talking to Emma, and it didn't paint Emma in the best light either necessarily. She was like, there's dead people on our property, and they're like, well, anyway, let's talk finances. So Emma for sure, because Emma seems to be the strongest believer and spokesperson for her dad. She was the most involved in this belief system that I've brought up. A lot of the people that I interviewed that Gigi brought up, they knew Emma. They didn't know the other kids, but they knew Emma. Emma voiced Julie Rowe's books. She was close to Eric Smith. She talked to Julie Rowe the day her mother died.
Hey, homie.
She was very involved. And then when on 48 Hours, when the kids made their one and only interview, she was sort of the spokesperson on that interview leading the way. So Emma is going to stand by her dad, and it'll be really, really interesting. And I think I might have some like secondhand discomfort also listening.
Gigi's
And I
like,
do hope.
okay, are you done yet?
I'll answer the rest of your question, Koa. I do hope that the prosecution doesn't treat her with kids' gloves, because she is a
God.
victim. She lost her mother, but she's testifying for the defense, and so I hope that they don't treat her with kid gloves, because she is a victim, or and a survivor and all this. And then another one I'm interested in. Excuse my cough. I call it the courtroom cough. We're all still getting over it. Another one.
Oh.
A sweet hidden gem gave me some eucalyptus.
I thought that was from stress from Christina stalking you.
Shower balls that I'll use in the shower later today. But
Look at COE. She's like, I asked you a simple question. Now we're hearing about your fucking shower balls. Her fucking shower ball. Oh, I got eucalyptus shower balls from a hidden gem.
These nuts.
No one cares. A sweet hidden gem.
Use my cough. I call it the courtroom cough.
Watch
We're all
COE.
still getting over
She's
it.
like,
Another one.
okay.
A sweet hidden gem gave me some eucalyptus shower balls that I'll use in the shower later today. But another one I'm interested in is Garth Daybell. Garth is the oldest of the Daybell children. He loved his mother. I've only heard the most wonderful, sweetest things about
her
Garth.
MS.
But we
That's
hear
right.
Garth on the 911 call the morning that Tammy Daybell dies.
She don't know.
And it's because he says on that 911 call, my dad and I have found my mother
fuck
on the
are you
ground
talking about?
frozen. And then he says,
Oh my
I don't.
God, COE is regretting asking her on this show. Look at her. She's like, come on. I asked a simple question. Can you take turns? Did you not learn? Went to take turns.
These nuts.
Don't know. And Chad takes the phone. And in other words, he was there and allegedly helped Chad move her body because of this claim that she fell out of bed. And so there have been a few different stories. And so what Garth could bring to
Ooh, a sweet hidden gem also gave her a motherfucking mic and a tripod. Sure did.
the table, even and if it's for the defense, I'm concerned what he might say or if his story's going to change. But he was
Oh
there
my
and he's a
God.
witness to
Shut
this morning
up.
of finding his mother. And
Is it just me, or was she talking a mile a minute in the beginning? I had to slow it down, and now she's like, this morning. And COE's like, spit it out. Gigi's like, fuck. I got shit to do. I got track. I got graduation. I got my grandma over here. Can you fucking spit it out?
how that works in the defense's benefit, I don't know. Those are the two I'm most interested about. The one that will not testify, I don't think, is Mark, the youngest. He was actually living in South Africa on a Mormon mission at the time of his mother's death and all of this. So I
Interesting,
doubt that they'll request Mark unless there's something I don't know. You never know in this case.
Thanks,
But Gigi,
Tanya.
thoughts?
Yeah, I think Emma is going to be the biggest, and I really hope it's next week while I'm there, just to be a little selfish. You know, and Lauren, I've heard the same thing about Garth. You know, he sounded so stunned on that 911 call, understandably. I mean, he lived at home. I think here's the thing, though.
That
For
call
me, I
is what
think the
made me get creeped out about Garth's bedroom, by the way. I don't know if Ballet Flats is still here.
For the jury is going to be people who saw Tammy every single day and talked to her every single day and said, look, she said she felt fine. I think at this point that jury can reasonably conclude Chad probably raised his kids on these beliefs. And maybe if their mom was dark, they're okay with her being gone. It's part of their thought process. It's part of what they've been raised on. And you can't fault kids for not being able to quickly break that cycle of everything you've been told. So it's going to be interesting. The thing I never heard Leah mentioned, though, when they read out the people that were involved in that family chat where they're talking about the kids in Sunday school, she was the one that was left out of that. And I've heard maybe Leah is not as supportive of her dad as she was. It's just secondhand. And I'm just putting it out there. But I think that the rest, they're going to stand by their dad. I just hope they don't get up there and perjure themselves, to be honest, because I think that's going to be a big risk.
That's what I'm worried about, especially for
Bye,
Garth.
Pines. Have a good day.
If Chad has told Garth to say something.
Have a great day, Pines. Thanks for coming in and modding, and thank you for all your support today. Appreciate you. Enjoy your day, girl.
There's a part of me, I actually think it's chilling, that moment where Garth calls. Here's a theory. Lauren's theory.
Oh,
and
Christ.
Gigi, you can agree or disagree, because
She just took over the show. Here's Lauren's theory as she flips her hair. Quit taking over the show.
Here's a theory. Lauren's theory. And Gigi, you can agree or disagree, because this is my theory, my speculation. Because there's multiple stories about Tammy's death, and her falling out of the bed and Chad and Garth moving her to the bed is just strange in general. If you were trying to plan a scene to cover something up, it's not in your best interest to have the person fall out of the bed and then put her back in bed. I don't think it's a story he wanted. And so what I think happened is Garth maybe affected the plan. I think that Chad's plan was the plan he wrote on the Avow website. He wrote on the Avow website that he woke up and found his wife smiling peacefully in bed next to him. I think that Chad was probably in a different bedroom that night, because I don't think he would lay by his dead wife for hours. And I think that
oh my God, what is she talking about? What is going on? How did this turn into Lauren's theory show? Thank you for the sub, Nancy. Let's see where we stand today. Man, we're going live long today. 24,976. Thank you so much. I don't think he's gonna lay by his dead wife for hours.
Because I don't think he would lay by his dead wife for hours. And I think that maybe something was messed up and he came and he found her on the ground, was like, I've got to pick her up and put her back in bed so it looks like she's in bed. Garth also came in And maybe Garth came in first, maybe Chad came in first. I don't know. Garth says they found her together. It was they. We found my mother. So there was no Chad Daybell waking up in bed with her. They move her to the bed. Why do you move a body? Because you don't want to have the like whole falling out of bed story. They're moving her body because they want her to be found in bed. You know, if they were going to start with the like her falling out of the bed.
How do you know this? How do you know this? Didn't you get cozy with one of the investigators? That's what I heard. Did you guys hear she got in cozy with one of the investigators? Is that how she knows this? I really want to know. Like, inquiring minds want to know. Is that how she knows this stuff? Like, what the fuck? Who'd she get cozy with? Hobbs or something? Isn't that his name?
They want her to be found in bed. You know, if they were going to start with the like her falling out of the bed, like they don't need to move her body. So then I think that Chad probably coached Garth a little bit, called 911. And then when the first thing Garth said is we found her on the ground frozen. I think Chad was like, stop. And when he was like, I don't know, Chad took the phone. I don't think he ever wanted the falling out of bed story to be part of this. And because Garth said that on the 911 call, he had to go with it. And my point is, I think he's been trying to control Garth's story in this for a very, very long time, telling Garth what to say and what not to say. And that's why I'm telling you this theory. And I agree. I hope they don't perjure themselves, because I think that Garth was like starting to tell the truth and Chad was like, stop.
Seems like you know a lot more than most of us. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Lindsay. Lindsay's got the scoop.
And I think there are a few different stories. And so let's hope. I agree with you. I'm worried.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%, because the way that 911 call abruptly stopped with Garth, and it's like, yeah, this is her husband or whatever. You could tell probably Chad's in the background going, you know, and then just give me the phone, let me handle it. No, that's been my theory as well.
Glug, glug, glug.
And I know that there was a YouTuber that caught Garth outside, and he did speak to Garth, and Garth was very gracious. Normally the other kids will stare at you if you're at the property, you know, they're not very nice. But Garth really did seem like a genuine young man. And unfortunately, his dad's put him in a very bad situation. On top of losing his mother, you know, is he now part of a cover up? And then you have to think internally, what is that doing to him? It's just so sad what these kids have endured.
I sped it up, yeah.
Sympathy for all of them, because they were raised in a way none of us could imagine. And it's like being in a cult. You don't break that quickly. And especially if it's your parent doing it. At the same time, after Lori's trial, I thought if anything was going to change their minds about their dad's culpability, Lori's trial would have been it. Doesn't seem to have happened. So sometimes it's so embedded in your DNA, what you've been taught. You know, I was raised as a Baptist. I'm not practicing now, but there are still times where I stop and I'm like, oh, hang on now. You know, I learned when I was a kid, you know, it's just etched in you. And so that's probably going to be the case with these kids for a long time, I guess, unless they get some very intensive therapy, you know.
Well, also the issue, Gigi, is, as you just mentioned, this is someone's parent, and this is all he has left. And it's not a good option, but when you're in that situation, when you were there, I mean, he probably feels a lot of culpability, even just, you know, him being there or not being there, like just all of the details. I mean, I feel like even as an adult now, I would be fearful of just thinking of being in a situation close to any of that, and to put yourself in that position. It's your father, you know, it's your mother. All of the pieces just don't make sense. To emotionally absorb that and to try to make sense of it, it does not make sense for anyone, let alone to now have to be in a position where you're forced to defend someone, whether or not you want to or not, and now you're committed to it.
I'll tell you too, my daughter and I, and then I got my son in on it. We tried to recreate this rolling out of bed. So I wrapped my top sheet and my comforter around my feet pretty tightly. And I had my kids in the bed, taking those and
Thank you so much, Miss Mojo Risen, for becoming a Cooter today. Welcome in to Cooterville.
So babies with
Whoops.
Hey, Cooter Clippers.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sorry.
I don't know about reenacting this.
Who wants to know if I have
Whoops. I don't know about reenacting the Tammy Daybell thing, but okay. I'll go with it. I'll go with
it.
it.
It did nothing. I mean, like, I'm light as a feather, stiff as a board, right? You know, I'm not moving.
Because that reminds me of a missing kids case when someone had their grandson get into a bag to see if he would fit. I don't like that, but whatever.
I'm pretending I can't move a muscle. And it literally wasn't until my son, who's 17 and muscular, got that sheet and pulled up hard that I barely rolled, but I didn't come close. And I was on the edge of the bed. You know, we just did that just for giggles.
Thank
Not
you,
giggles. It's not a
Mamacita.
funny thing, but just to test the theory. And no, I mean, I didn't budge. So, you know, that's one thing. It would have been nice if the prosecution somehow could have recreated that to show the jury. But I think the jury's not stupid. And to think, you know, Lindsay Blake always reiterates, do dead bodies roll out of the bed? Not that I've seen. So I think the jury with their common sense can say this is bogus. But we did. It was harder. I mean, he literally had to use both hands and kind of pull it out from under me. And, you know, it's but not a little tug of I'm turning on the other side. No way.
Well,
Hey,
also,
thank you for
there's
subbing up, Paula McChesney. Welcome in.
some different stories about the falling out of bed. Heather Daybell says that Chad told her that her feet were out of bed because her feet would be hot. And then he told someone else that her feet were tangled up in bed and she went head first. So I just want to say, even this falling out of bed story is just, in other words, let's just go back to Lindsay Blake. She's got it. Dead people don't fall out of bed.
Yeah, his creativity of that alibi is about as good as his ability to find fake names like Boyd Dial and Chad Dayball. So we're not dealing with the sharpest tool in the shed here. Yeah, she rolled out of bed.
Dayball. Chad Dayball. These nuts. Dreams, thank you so much for 14 months of membership. Thank you for your support. Good to see ya. And yes, if you haven't hit the like, let's get the likes up, y'all. I think we're at like 750 likes.
Her feet were tangled up. It's like killer menopause, killer book fairs is what Chad and Pryor want to attribute Tammy's death to. It's sickening, really. Feel so bad for her family and especially Samantha and Jason. You know, it's been tough on them.
And Didi Kata here writes this question, but a lot of people in the chat have been asking, do you guys think, or here, I'll read it. Do you really believe that Chad believes his own BS, or is he working a big con? You know, at first I feel like some of us didn't really know, but now we've seen him, you know, we know all the details. At this point, do you think he still really believes what he says he believes, or is this just a con, or what's going on?
This is where I am now, because this is the question that I'm not so certain about, that I have gone back and forth over for 5 years. But I think I've come to the thing.
That's true, Sigma. She did put her kid in that suit. I remember seeing that on Facebook.
I think the question for me now is, at what point does he stop believing and start making things up? Because I do believe that he believes and believed in the LDS church. I do believe that he believes, or at least once believed, a lot of the things maybe that got him into his radicalization. And maybe he was believing a lot of that while he was radicalized. But then there comes a point where when you're trying to convince someone to move away from Rexburg, you know, Melanie Pulowski, because you don't want her talking to the police, and she's like, no, but I thought this was the City of Lights, and you're like, well, it was the City of Lights, but now it's evil because the police officers are dark. I'm like,
wait, is she making fun of someone's voice? Listen to her imitating someone. Oh my God, Lauren, do not.
Because you don't want her talking to the police, and she's like, no, but I thought this was the City of Lights, and you're like, well, it was the City of Lights, but now it's evil because the police officers are dark. I'm like,
oh my God, she's horrible. This chick is horrible.
Like, well, it was the City of Lights, but now it's evil because the police officers are dark. I'm like, I don't think he's.
What voice is that?
Because the police officers are dark.
What the fuck? Thank you for subbing up, Kay and Buff Joe. RN Buff Joe.
I'm like, I don't think now it's evil because the police officers are dark. I'm like, I don't think he's believing this.
Yeah.
So the question for me now is, at what point does his belief begin and end?
What
about you, Gigi? I'm really curious to know your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I think
COE's like, this bitch has taken over my show. She has taken over the show. What about you, Gigi? What do you think? How about you throw it back to the COE? It's her show. I don't think that she will ever be asked back. This is horrible. Thank you, 99 pink balloons. She says, Jay, keep up the awesome work with all you do. Thank you for your super chat. I appreciate you coming in and showing the love today. Jack.
You can tell yourself a lot of BS, and over time, if you consistently, you know, and I also think Chad placed himself in this position of authority on his own. And so I think over time, my theory is that he started believing in his own lies. It happens all the time. You tell a lie enough, you are convinced of it. I just really do think, though, at the end of the day, he liked that power of being the one everybody came to for confirmation. They believed he could see on the other side of the veil, and it was Jason, his brother-in-law, on the stand said, at first this Flaming Gorge incident was a story he told. Then it was he saw dead relatives. Then it was he could see in heaven. And so you see over time that story evolved, I think, as Chad's plan
What a
or
normal
whatever
answer.
he wanted to do kind of evolved. A lot of that, I know Suzanne Freeman said some of that came from her book, especially with how Jesus laughed and had a sense of humor. He's on that podcast
Lauren
saying
is
that.
just
I
jumping
think
out
he
of her
picked
skin.
little
Look.
pieces from everybody's near-death
My turn, my
experiences
turn.
and even Julie Rowe in a big way, and kind of just used the framework for that and then filled in his own details. And that made him like the wackadoodle, great and powerful Oz in his own world. And I think that when he met these group of people
She's a
that were like, I mean,
wackadoodle.
if
A
dude told me we've been married
wackadoodle.
in past lives, like, I'm going to run. Okay. I'm going to change my number. I'm not going to talk to you. But that was what Lori wanted. So the minute she gobbled that up, and then you got little Alex, like a puppy
She's
dog,
the
following his
gobble
sister.
again.
Chad's like, I got them.
I love
And
her.
to Chad, she's hot and she wants me. And I think that
Yeah.
that really like was the gasoline on that already burning fire that just made it go boom.
The loin fire.
What do you think of this though?
Oh my God. COE's like,
I agree with you. Right? Chad is like the
Wow.
question, but when it comes to Lori, I think I've never been more convinced that she really believed it all.
Oh, I think she does too. And
Do
look,
you
if
think
I
she
had-
still believes it? Do you
Yeah.
think she's
Yes.
sitting there right now
I've heard
saying,
as
wow, I
much.
still believe everything?
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yes.
I've heard that from sources in the know, 100% still committed. And I think if you have any doubt, you go back to that allocution statement she made at her
the
sentencing.
CEO
It
can't
was so
talk.
off the wall and borderline inappropriate. With Tammy Daybell, my good friend, visits me. Look, I think Vicky had her hands on Samantha's shoulders when she was saying that at one point, because if I was Sam, I would have like one-handed over the divider and I'd have caught a charge because I'd have pounded her down. But I think if you listen to that allocution statement, there's no doubt in my mind you can be culpable, but you can be mentally ill. And I think that's what Lori is. I think she is as much culpable as she is mentally ill. And people
Yeah,
don't
and I-
like to hear that. People want to make it just this evil, evil story. I think that was part of it. Because you don't lie to the police when they come looking for JJ. If you believe it, you say, yep, we killed them. They were zombies. Did the whole
Lauren's
world a
like,
favor.
"Ugh,
Why did they
this
not
doesn't
admit
go
it?
with
'Cause
my
she knew it was a
narrative.
crime and she'd go to prison.
I'm going to
So she
own my
has that
narrative.
aspect. She's a fascinating study in psychology, I think, for a very long time to come.
Just like
But
Lauren.
I do think she's
I think Lauren is even a more interesting study in psychology.
mentally ill. And all I had to do was hear that allocution and say, no, out to lunch.
And I think her still believing it is part defense mechanism now too. I mean, maybe they could have had an opportunity with her, but I think she's so far gone because to come out of reality and to realize she did this to her children, I think that's why I think
It's a
it's
good
partial,
point.
probably defense mechanism too. I don't think
Very
there's
good
any
point.
getting her out of this belief system.
No. I just want to know if she's heard Chad's thrown her under the bus, essentially.
I mean,
I
she
can
has
s-
to. She has to, right? Like,
Yeah, I'm
She
sure.
she does not believe Chad's throwing her under the bus. I'll just say
Yeah,
that.
that's true. This is all part
But
of
I
the
mean,
plan.
no,
the
but
blueprint.
what I'm saying is I know that she does not. Yes, she has heard as much.
Oh, you
She
know
does.
that. Oh. So she's like, no, Gigi, I know that. How do you know that? Listen to that again. How do you know this? Look at that duper's delight. Listen to this again.
she has to, right? Like,
Yeah, I'm
She
sure.
she does not believe Chad's throwing her under the bus. I'll just say
Yeah,
that.
that's true. This is all part
But I
of the
mean,
plan.
no,
the
but
blueprint.
what I'm saying is I know that she does not. Yes, she has heard.
See that? Look at Gigi. She's like, oh, you know? How do you know? Are you writing her? No, what I'm saying is I know that. Gigi's like, oh, okay. I don't know how you'd know that, but okay. There you go.
God almighty.
She does not believe Chad's throwing her under the bus. I'll just say
Yeah,
that.
that's true. This is all part
But
of the plan.
what I'm saying is I know that she does not. Yes, she has heard as much. She does not believe it.
How do you know that Lori's heard as much and doesn't believe it? How the fuck would she know this a year ago? I think we just got our confirmation.
Bing bang.
Oh, what I'm saying is I know what she thinks. How do you know what she thinks?
I'll just
that's true. This is all part of the plan.
What I'm saying is I know that she does not. Yes, she has heard as much. She does not believe it.
Wow.
Yeah, well, that just goes to show you where she's at mentally. But
and Lauren shifted in her seat. See how uncomfortable she got?
What I'm saying is I know that she does not. Yes, she has heard as much. She does not believe it.
Yeah. Well, that just goes to show you where she's at mentally. But I don't think I've ever seen a defendant so culpable.
Wow.
Yet so not there. I don't know. It's very bizarre to me. There's evil. There's a lot of things mixed in. But I think to deny mental illness is at play here with Lori. I mean,
that's a pretty huge thing. Because Gigi's like, yeah, that's true. She's like, no, what I'm saying is I know. She knows what's being said. And she doesn't believe it. This little hidden gem was hidden on YouTube for a whole year. How about that? Hey, Shari. Shari, baby. Let's listen to that again. Cut a clip, Cooter Clippers. This is a good one to clip, actually.
Hey, Cooter Clippers.
All right, here you go.
It's all part of the plan.
What I'm saying is
right? Like,
who wants to know if I have
she
her
does.
phone?
I just want to know if she's heard Chad's thrown her under the bus, essentially.
I mean,
she
has to, right? Like,
yeah, I'm sure
she does not believe Chad's throwing her under the bus. I'll just say
that's true. This is all part of the plan.
What I'm saying is I know that she does not. Yes, she has heard as much. She does not believe it.
Yeah. Well, that just goes to show you where she's at mentally. But I don't think I've ever seen a defendant so culpable, yet so not there. I don't know. It's very bizarre to me. There's evil. There's a lot of things mixed in. But I think to deny mental illness is at play here with Lori. I mean, we all want to just say she's just an evil woman, but man, that allocution statement, that was my confirmation. There's something not right there. And I've heard from other people who have contacted her or interacted with her that know her that will say the same. This is not the Lori we knew. It's
okay. So Gigi's following up with, hey, I've talked to, people that knew her before this happened. And they're like, no, this is not the same Lori we knew. But Lauren's up there saying, nope, believe me. I know what she thinks. I know what she thinks. And then couple that with Annie Elise saying that someone that worked with her started writing to Lori.
Not an excuse, but it explains a lot.
Bye, Yorkie.
You look at Tylee. She had braces. JJ had always clean cut. The kids were taken care of.
Yes.
That kind of thing. You meet Chad.
Yeah, even Lori Daybell's kids didn't have dark circles around their eyes and were malnourished. I mean, God, that's kind of scary, right? She was close with Jim Archibald. She was close with Mr. Archibald. How hard would it be to get close to Archibald? All you got to do is say, hi, Mr. Archibald.
Yeah, what?
Thank you guys, for the compliments. I appreciate that.
Less than a year later, they're in the ground. What happened in that time frame? And I want to know, do you think, Lauren, that when Chad went to Arizona in, what was it, August? And clearly you would assume he met JJ and Tylee during that trip where he said Tylee didn't like him. I think that set this in motion. And I've also wondered, did Tylee just get bitter at some point and say, I'm going to the police about Charles? I've always wondered that.
Yeah, I don't know about the Charles police thing, but
Archibald.
and as in I don't have an opinion. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
But I do think
Wait.
that and as in I don't Yeah, I don't know about the Charles police thing, but and as in I don't have an opinion. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
But I do think that she certainly showed Chad that she didn't like Melanie Gibb. I mean, she saw right through these people. She was like, "What the hell is this?" And I'm sure she didn't like Chad, and that would not make him happy. But just remember, though, it was 2 days after they met that he dubbed her Dark too.
Right.
It was
So
he meets Lori, and then he writes that email, and he's like, "Yeah, your daughter's dark." Yeah, no, I know. I think so. It's so heartbreaking, but that she didn't like him, and she is not a girl that Chad would be okay. I mean, he was okay rating a lot of children dark.
Coconuts, I picked up on that too. I don't have an opinion on that because, she hasn't told me that yet. Hey, Tracy. I'm not dark. This is how people get wood when they're dark. Ugh.
I think we've heard about 8 different kids that he's rated dark during this trial. So if a teenage girl wasn't liking him,
Interesting,
that was
Kresha.
not going to be okay.
Kresha says 2 sources have corroborated she's been in touch with Lori since this time, the trials in Idaho, and check her and Annie Elise's collab in April. She has leakage to add to this leakage here. I think I did cover that one in April. Didn't I? But now it would look different. I don't know if it was that one I covered or not. Archibald. I don't know about. All I know is it's Mr. Archibald, and he was boring as all fuck, Mr. Archibald.
With him.
And Tyler was a Spitfire.
She used the claw once.
Would let you know from everything I've heard about her, she would voice her opinion. And I'm sure she voiced her opinion about Chad, maybe to him and to her mom. And so that's an obstacle to their mission. And there you go. And that's why, less than a month after he met her.
Look guess who's back? Back again. Agent 99's back. Tell a friend. Thank you, Agent, for becoming a cooter again. It is really good to see you.
She says, "Welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs."
Probably in Arizona, she's dead.
Yeah. And let's remember when it comes to Lori's mental illness, or whatever's going on, the reason why it's no excuse is because
when it comes to Lori's mental illness, wait, what? Wait, what? How do you know about her? What? Hold on. Kresha, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have never heard about Lori's mental illness in detail, have we? That just sounded really weird.
In Arizona, she's dead.
Yeah. And let's remember when it comes to Lori's mental illness, or whatever's going on,
or whatever's going on. What? What does that mean?
When it comes to Lori's mental illness, or whatever's going on, the reason why it's no excuse is because it actually makes her.
They leaked her mental illness on Patreon? Oh my goodness. What, Shaboogies? She released it herself? How does she know? What the?
Arizona, she's dead.
Yeah. And let's remember when it comes to Lori's mental illness, or whatever's going on, the reason why it's no excuse is because it actually makes her a greater, I would say, risk to the community. That's one reason to keep her locked up forever.
Now you're talking about a greater risk to the community, just like what, your husband? I evaluate sex offenders. I do groups with sex offenders. And when they say they're going to reoffend, is that reportable? Sex offenders. God, this is really telling. I'm so glad I found this. Can I get a thumbs up for finding this hidden gem today? For reals. Hold on. I want to remind you guys of something. Ugh. I hate to do it, but I'm going to remind you of this because we can't forget that there's also John in this situation.
I would do groups for, convicted felons, and, sometimes a sex offender would say, well, I'm thinking about offending again on, so-and-so, or like they'd be vague, I'm thinking about offending, and we would know who it was, right? Like we would know what they wouldn't say the person, but like we would have an idea based on their history of who they were talking about. And like, is that reportable, right? Like, I mean, obviously I don't want someone to get harmed, right? But like, they haven't committed a crime, but there's like a specific credible threat. I don't know. It's a hard area.
It is, and I mentioned this earlier.
It's a hard area. Yeah, let's not forget about John. I do groups with sex offenders. That is very concerning. I'm still demanding a release of your complete resume, sir. I want to know what nonprofit you worked for 10 years, sir, with families and children. You should be transparent, sir.
Never. Punishment, yes, and justice, yes. But remember, as far as on, the reason why it's no excuse is because it actually makes her a greater, I would say, risk to the community. That's one reason to keep her locked up forever and ever. Punishment, yes, and justice, yes. But remember, as far as risk factors go, I just want to point that out too.
Oh my God.
That's actually why she needs to be in there for the rest of her life. I also just want to point out too, you never forget who threw who under the bus. Lori would never ever throw Chad under the bus.
Yep.
And Chad threw Lori under the bus the first day.
Yep.
I mean, you can't. There you go.
Right there you go.
And we're now, 6 weeks into the trial. So the state just rested. Now the defense is going to pick up on Monday. And Jenny Allison has a good question here. Do you think that there was someone the prosecution should have called to testify that didn't? Or is there someone that they did call to testify that surprised you? I added
That's
in that
a
last
really
part.
good
Go ahead,
question.
superstar.
That's a really good question because there are people I feel like they should have called and they didn't.
Oh,
And
tell
I'm actually
us.
going blank right now. So give me a second because
Oh my God,
there have
you
been
actually went blank?
multiple people I've brought up and I thought they should have. I'm so glad they brought Heather Daybell in. That was important.
She was so strong. Chad actually, he looked at her, but you could tell he was a little uncomfortable with her up there because he probably knows she don't play. He was also uncomfortable with Samantha up there. These are people that have known him. So it's easy, I think, to have an expert witness you've never met up there talking about your life. But when you get two women up there that have known you for decades and know who you are and have spent holidays and vacations, to have them up there with
No, so let me correct that, Lily. Lauren was telling a story in the Mormon stories, and she said that John went to a training with Jody Hildebrandt, and that John couldn't get work in St. George because Jody was getting it all. All right, I will get a claw emoji stat.
everything this happened. To me, his body language was so different. Almost, when Kay was on the stand, he didn't even look at her hardly. He was like, when his mom was on the stand, posture up, good boy. It's been interesting to watch his body language through all this too. But yeah, with Heather Daybell especially, I noticed he seemed uncomfortable, as he should, because she's a spitfire and I love her. I don't know her, but I love her.
Yeah, she's great. She really set the whole history in motion. So I think it could.
Is this before she got together with Heather Daybell, Lindsay? Because Gigi's like, I don't know her. And she's like, yeah, she's great. I feel like if she knew her well, then she would have definitely like dropped that, right there.
Could have been good to have. And I maybe understand why they didn't call someone, because it would be hard for someone to do this. But I think it would have been really good for perhaps some women to have come in that Chad Daybell had hit on in the past to show history and to say, yeah, he told me I was married to him in a past life too. Yes, he would call. I do know there was one specific woman in Arizona where a husband actually ended up having to call Chad and saying, leaving my wife alone. To have somebody like her on the stand saying, Chad has this history. Yeah, he tried to hit on me. You know, he was creating a harem, a type of a thing, or at least hitting on me. And I also think maybe, you know, Aunt Vicky, Tammy Daybell's aunt is there, and she wasn't called, but I've wondered if
Vicky.
her or her daughter Julie or more people that were speculating that
I gotta
they
speed
believe
her
that
up.
Chad could have killed Tammy would have been good as well, because you know it's a problem when your wife dies at 49 and a lot of people quickly assume that you did it. And I've been hearing those stories a lot outside of the courtroom, but not in the courtroom. So to have maybe some testimonies of people knowing, no, we just knew. So those are a couple thoughts.
And a follow up to the testimony, the witness list here. So
I forgot the COE was even here. Thank you, Cheyenne, for your super chat. Remember in Lauren's book, she said John had no social media presence. With his background at the time, very strange. I agree. I firmly believe, thank you, Cat Toes, for subscribing. I firmly believe that he was scrubbed from the internet. You work for a nonprofit dealing with families and children, and there's not one speck of that on the internet. There is something wrong. There's something wrong there. That it's not adding up. And I'm bad at math, and it's not adding up.
obviously arrested. We saw everyone that they brought forth. Do you think the witnesses, the testimony, the evidence was strong enough for a death penalty case?
I do. I feel like it's been like a story of the tortoise and the hare, that John Pryor came out like the hare just swinging, and the prosecution had a slow start. And I was freaking out. I think, I've been doing, like I said, these lunch lives every day, and they're like so real and so raw. And I think I even threw the prosecution under the bus, like early on, like, do something. What is this? And now looking back at everything, I feel like it was this.
Well, Dominique, there are a few things on the web, but not the nonprofit he worked for 10 years. No one has found that because it doesn't exist. So that's why I'm demanding a release of Dr. John's resume. He's the one holding this channel with these credentials, and I think that it's only fair that his credentials are transparent and out there. Hey, Agent, good to see you, girl. Kevin, I never liked him either. That's why I'm so on board with this exposure, because I never liked them. I never trusted John. I saw right through them from the beginning. But being that they were so popular and just, the cat's ass, none of us creators could really say anything one way or the other. So I just kept shit moving. But when this broke, I was like all over it like white on rice. So if anybody's wondering why I'm covering this, woohoo! We got Crush-a-Cooter. She
says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
I just never got a good feeling. So if anybody ever wonders why I jumped on board with covering this, it's because I was invested in the back of my head for many, many years. I always questioned both of them, and it just goes to show you listen to your gut. Don't put these people on a pedestal. Nobody. Don't put anybody on YouTube on a pedestal. And credentials, if you're going to say you have these spectacular credentials, you should be prepared to show them. And I really do think that that's a precedence that subscribers should demand to know. And it's become such a thing. Oh, don't question their credentials. No, I think it's the opposite. We should question the credentials if they're not showing them. Because if you don't have credentials, you're just like me and you. And that makes a huge difference. It really does. Be careful out there.
The tortoise and the hare, that Pryor's actually calmed down a lot, had gotten quieter, kind of leaned back, and the prosecution has just laid out their evidence very precisely, very, very thoroughly. I did talk to someone yesterday who went to court for the first time, and she said that she came because she was so stressed that she couldn't see the jury, and she was wondering how attentive the jury was. And I'm going to be curious your opinion, Gigi, next week.
Yeah, I
and
can't wait.
She said that she felt calmer after seeing the jury, that she felt that the jury's listening and that the jury's going to take it in. And she's like, I just needed to know. I saw the jury.
See, and Gene, you may not think working in prisons is desirable, but when you have people that are following true crime, that's right up the alley. You know, and I don't think sexual offender assessments are exciting, but that's one hell of a responsibility. That is one hell of a responsibility. May not be exciting, but to think that that man has that, like, power and they're going off his judgment is very scary. No, don't ever. You're not gullible, Dr. Vonda. We all learn in our own time. You know, no one's gullible. No one should feel ashamed for anything. You live and learn. But I think that people need to be questioned. You know, if you're sitting over there with your name Deceptive Detective and you're selling $80 deck of cards because you say you have these credentials, you should show them. And I just think that people need to demand that. Like, hey, you know, you're cool and all. I like watching your vids, but do you really have those credentials? Like, you know, we want to see them. There's nothing wrong with that. No one should be offended by that. They should be proud of their credentials. They should want to show you.
I think that they laid it out well enough for a death penalty case. And I think that that's why they laid it out so concisely and not over the top, even at the beginning or anything, because they just had to dot their I's, cross their T's, do it succinctly, take a long time. And I do think they did it. But thoughts, Gigi, as someone that's just been, you know, that you've been watching it?
Yeah. And I the first couple of weeks, I kind of felt the same way. But, you know, you're looking at 18 people who say and swear they know very little, next to nothing about this case. And it's so convoluted. And there's so many elements at play between the religion and the number of people and their roles in the group, and how really the kickoff for this was the meeting. And then you had Lori very quickly wanting to divorce Charles. But, you know, I remember last year, it took about a week to get that framework done. And then when they start filling in the pieces, I remember specifically watching the jury and their reaction when certain things were revealed, that Alex shot Charles. That was one thing. And I remember looking at the jury and you see these eyes get really big where it all starts to fit. So I think the first couple of weeks while we were all nervous, the prosecution knew we got to give them little bite sizes to introduce them to this really crazy world of Tad and Lori before we get into what their beliefs and their world did to innocent people. And so I felt like the last 2 weeks, like every day, knocking it out of the park. No doubt the story just really came into this big picture, and then they just started filling in these crazy pieces. So I'm interested to watch the jury. What is their reaction with Pryor? I haven't heard much about that.
I'm going to pull this up here from Holly.
So-
Holly
Oh
wants
my
to know.
God.
Holly.
I'm like, I feel bad because I've been.
Oh my God, hold on. Before we get to Holly, holy shit, Snazzy, Merry Christmas, Cooterville. Thank you so much, Snazzy, for dropping 20. Jack. Wow. Thank you so much. We got so many cooters. It's like Christmas morning.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Kiss my ass. Kiss his ass. Kiss your ass.
I can't wait for
Happy
our
Hanukkah.
Cooterville credits today. You guys are the bestest. All you got to do is sub up in chat to receive a membership. Lots of gifting going out this holiday season.
And when Santa squeezes his fat white ass down that chimney tonight, he's gonna find the jolliest bunch of assholes this side of the nut house.
Thank you again, Snaz, for everything.
We have so many questions, all of you. I know people are asking if I'm pulling them up. I am. We just have, I think, close to 3,900 people watching, so it's impossible to pull up all the questions, but I see them and I'm trying my very best.
Wow.
But Lauren, this one's for you from Holly. How do the jurors respond when Pryor does cross? My face would give away exactly what I thought of his style if I was a juror. And even as they're listening
Kevin
to all of this
says
testimony,
open them. No,
I wish
you got to
we
close
had a
them.
glimpse into what was going on. But obviously, Gigi's going to be an insider, and you're there right now, Lauren. So tell us, what have they been reacting to? What's it like sitting in there with them?
Okay. Yeah, I'll tell it. Yeah, and
Oh,
it's true. I
okay.
remember texting
me
Gigi
tell
during the
you.
Murdoch trial, the exact same question, because you were in there and I was like, what is the jury doing? So here's the jury. So I think it's a good group of jurors, variety of ages, almost half and half, male, female. there have been a lot of tears during hard things. So well, let me just say this. There was one juror, John Pryor does a lot of these self-deprecating jokes about his age or his brain or and there was one juror, for example, that would kind of smile at him, and it bugged me. You know what I mean? Like he'd laugh and joke, and she kind of like laughed back, and I was like,
Just help a
"What's
brother
this?"
out here.
She has stopped doing that.
Thank you, Golden Rule.
In other words, I think that they're kind of done. So to go with your question further, it's changed through the process, and I think that's important to point out. It's not what it's always been like, but how it's changed. And I think they were really
COE
open to
is
him
very
at
patient.
the beginning too. They were taking a lot more notes during cross. I think that they were very, very confused. And now they
confused.
are mostly taking notes only during the prosecution and fewer notes during cross. So that has changed. They were taking notes during cross.
She is
yesterday, not
insufferable,
all, but
man.
some. So, and yesterday was the day the prosecution rested, and there was a lot of cross. So until the very end, some of them are still taking notes, but the notes have lessened during cross, but they haven't lessened during prosecution. That's something else. And I think the more that the jury has learned, the less pleased they are with Pryor, which is probably emotional, not having to do with John Pryor himself, but just emotional about the case.
And
So,
Lauren, someone
there
had
you go.
mentioned in the chat that, and for full disclosure, I haven't watched all of your lunch lives, but I do tune in often. That you were discussing that some of the jurors had teared up.
Yes.
Talk to us
Yeah.
about that,
So
because that's also interesting.
yeah, I mean, so Gigi and I saw the photos that the jurors are forced to look at. They're not showing the gallery this year, I understandably so, to protect. So the same thing, with Gannon doesn't happen. They're not showing so that it's not televised. But last year it wasn't televised, and Gigi and I saw the photos that the jury saw, and so I can tell you, as can Gigi, that what they're seeing is horrendous. And they're seeing the remains of children,
Oh my
autopsy
God.
photos, how they were found. They're hearing testimony of law enforcement, uncovering the remains. Law enforcement witnesses are crying on the stand. So the first day, they actually, I think they kind of just.
Oh, and by the way, if you need advice on head lice or a pellet grill, hit me up. hiddentruecrime@gmail.com.
The prosecution just kind of threw the fuel on the fire the first week and showed them these photos the first week. Some of them, not all of them. And that day, there were like 4 jurors crying, including a man who kept wiping his eyes, like very teary-eyed. They have been very affected. And then as it's gone on, even recently, as far as
Warren?
it was last week, some more. There was really just heartbreaking testimony,
Fucking fuzzy
and
slippers
there
and
were
lip
tears just from the
gloss.
testimony alone. What possibly happened to Tylee also put jurors in tears. And there was one juror who I hadn't seen cry at all, but and I didn't see this. This was actually someone told me. I was out of the courtroom at this moment, so I'm telling you this from a witness who saw it. I've got my courtroom sources that this one juror that we hadn't necessarily seen cry, as they were explaining Tylee's remains and showing pictures of Tylee remains, this gentleman kept having to look at the ceiling.
Oh, look who's back again. Cinnamon, hot, hot, hot. Good to see you, my friend. Water under the bridge, my friend. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming back. We need a fuzzy slipper emoji with like a vodka bottle. Did you guys notice? Wait, hold on. Chocolate bacon. Did you guys notice in the first part of the body cam that Lily has her fuzzy slipper in her mouth? If not, you need to go back and check that out. In the very, very beginning, when she opens the door, Grayson opens the door, she's got the fuzzy slipper.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
And while another juror just had to just stop looking at her screen. And every time he'd hear something, this gentleman just kept looking up.
Yeah, those pictures, I see them with my eyes open a year later, crystal clear. And so you're taking people out of the community who choose not to do this kind of work. They don't want to see this stuff. And then it's their civic duty to look at dead children. And, just for me, Lauren, and they were so bad. The one that haunts me the most to this day, I threw up the day. I used to work in a morgue, but I threw up the day they showed us the autopsy photos. The one with Jake.
Oh my God, she used to work in a morgue? I had no idea. Look at Lauren. She's like, what the fuck?
AJ with the duct tape from here to here. That one gets me because it's like they didn't.
Yeah, I kind of could have gone without knowing that. I never heard these described, but I don't. It sounds like your brother-in-law. It's actually a guy that has a YouTube channel from Tennessee. He goes to abandoned buildings.
Want his identity. It's like they erased his identity doing that.
I'm gonna
and it was
actually-
just so eerie and so horrific seeing what they did to JJ. With Tylee, it's your mind goes to what in the, I mean, they had to do this. Like, wait, I'm always gonna wonder where. I would assume the barn. But I mean, there's so many things I'm sure that's running through these juries' minds as they see these photos, you know, and then the scratches on the neck where the duct tape was with JJ, you know, that he's looking at people he knows and loves and he trusted as they're taking his life. And I'm sure all that is very much at the forefront of these juries' minds. And then you see the man right here, and then you see the video of him in the back of the car as they're unearthing these kids. And he's just, yeah, there's 16,000 in an envelope here, and you know, just carefree. And then you hear this jail call, and then they're gonna see these photos in their mind. The dude is toast. He's going down, never will be free again. He thought he was gonna get off on JJ yesterday. Fat chance boy. Pay the piper.
Tell
I
him.
swear. You know what's gonna be my problem, Lauren?
Preach.
Watching at home this year as opposed to being there, I'm gonna have to stop saying prior, you idiot. Like, I'm gonna get
Yeah, it's hard to listen to, but Gigi's not excited about it. She doesn't get off on it.
kicked out of the courtroom. I'm so used to yelling at my computer screen. So I'm
Oh,
like,
yeah.
don't talk. Don't say it out loud. Because at home, I'm like, what a moron. You have no class. So I'm gonna have to sit on my hands in that courtroom.
They're a lot stricter this year too. A lot stricter. Like
Really?
last year, we were able to kind of sometimes, occasionally whisper. Like no
Thanks, Pink.
talking, no whispering at all. The place where you and I sat last year is completely roped off. They don't want anyone
wow,
even
okay.
near the jury. Yeah, the courtroom's a lot smaller this year. Same
Like-
courtroom, but they've roped off a good amount of the seats because
Yeah.
they don't want anyone even remotely close to the jurors. And
that.
yeah, and I get it too. It's a capital punishment case. You know, Judge Boyce made that very clear. This is no joke, and so it's a lot stricter this year. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, I got to go sit outside for because last year with the ticket system, so I'm sitting here like, do I get there at 5:30? Do I get there at 6? Take my coffee, pull out my parka because apparently it's cold in the mornings there. We're
Have they
sweating here
turned
at
anyone
5:30.
away or no?
What's that?
Have they turned anyone away in terms of the availability in media? Some people were asking if Lori.
Oh, look at the real Kels coming in with 17 months is open. Yes, I said open and ready for landing. All right, we'll see you soon, Kels. Have a safe flight.
Had much more media and interest in terms of the trial coverage than Chad.
Lori had more media, but I think it was because it wasn't televised. So if you were going to be covering it, you had to be in there to see it. Now that it's televised, this one's televised, it's not as necessary. So I also think that there's always been, in general, an interest in the mother more than Chad. That's why I'm grateful that the world is seeing this trial and can, because I've always said, like, don't not see Chad in this, because this guy deserves his,
There you go. Summer.
Day in the sun.
Look
you know?
at Summer. Summing it up, Summer. Don't make a habit of gossiping and trash talking people. 2, if you do, accept the consequences. And 3, if it involves your business, hire PR and your own. Own your error. HTC should be toast.
And he's getting it finally.
And
I
for
got
Molly
silent.
M. Thoughts on who made?
Wait a minute. What's wrong with the audio, guys? Is something wrong? Is my mic? No audio. You guys can't hear me right now? Someone fucking with me? Can you guys hear me? Can I get a 5x5? Can you guys hear the video okay? Okay, that scares me. That scares me. Okay, good.
Be rebuttal witnesses.
Oh gosh, I don't know. I don't know who they're going to get. Any thoughts, Gigi? I think law enforcement.
I'm taking a phone call from my middle schooler. I'm gonna let you guys go at it for a
Okay,
couple
yeah,
seconds.
take a call. Well, I'll tell you one other idea I have. I think that if
Oh yeah, take your call. I'll just talk for the next 20 minutes. I'll just go ahead and take your call.
Daybell children say something that's contradictory to what another family member that's not a child knows, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they brought back a family to contradict the children, because the children have not dealt with law enforcement. They haven't helped law enforcement. So I think that it might be to contradict a story they told to someone else. So if Garth or Emma shared a story with someone that is different than what they're saying on the stand, I think that would be a rebuttal witness that they would use.
And a lot of people in the chat keep asking about Emma. I've seen so many different chats here now. Of course, I can't find one, but they're asking if you've noticed her resemblance to Lori.
People have asked that.
Oh, people have asked me about my resemblance to Lori. I plan on having more work done so I can look more like her, especially since she's not having work done anymore. We should actually, really start looking quite the same. If I'm being honest, people have asked me that. I swear.
I mean, maybe it's just me. I was asked that yesterday too.
Thank you, Catherine.
Because she's dyed her hair blonde. I mean, I think that's it. She's gone from brunette to blonde. To me, she still looks like Emma, but just a different hair color. So that's what I see. But that's it. But I see a hair color change.
So did Zulema.
Okay.
Everybody got a little glow up this year.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, Zulema's blonde. Yeah, right.
You have to wonder, what does she still think? Like, is she in the clear? Does she miss Alex? Because she was, she's last year at Lori's trial. She seemed still a little shook up about Alex to me.
How's she feeling?
Yeah, I don't know.
Have you
I
asked
think she
her?
really liked. I think she loved Alex. She said as much. I think last year, right?
Hey,
I don't know
human.
how she's doing or what she's thinking. She certainly is implying that she was manipulated by them and doesn't seem to believe in this now. I've always liked Zulema's testimony more than Melanie Gibb because Zulema owns it a little bit more.
Yep.
Like she's a little bit more forthcoming, a little bit more like, yeah, I believe this.
Oh, she's
Where Melanie Gibb's
excited
like,
now.
well,
Damn.
no,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, when it gets
whatever, those
embarrassing, you.
weirdos. Yeah.
Who wants?
All right, guys, I'm going to take a few more questions and then we're going to wrap. I just want to remind everyone that if you guys
Wait, hold on. Is she going to get some cuddle therapy from Zulema? Maybe some bended human? Yes, if you can't hear, come back, leave and come back out. Oh, let me check. Penny? Penny, why you bugging? Oh, we only need 8 more subscribers. She could have spent a lot of money on things that matter, right, crime, instead of the plastic surgeon, but she could have married one, yeah. I wonder what kind of doctor she was in bed with that she didn't kiss. Do we know? Was it her gyno? Who was it? Thank you for the sub up, Clat. That put us at 7 more needed. 7 more. Nope, we still need 8. We're at 24,992. 8 more needed. All right, let's finish this out.
like the show, if you guys like this kind of collaboration with a lot of different channels, please do us a very big favor. Subscribe to all 3 of our channels. It takes 2 minutes, but it shows support for all of us, and it tells us that we should go and continue to do stories like this and live shows like this. You can also hit the like button on all 3 of our channels. It's the Surviving the Survivor Trials channel, it's Hidden True Crime, and it's Pretty Lies and Alibis. So please subscribe, hit the like button, share with your friends, share with your family members. And again, quick reminder that Lauren and Gigi will both be back there covering this live.
She's got her
from
shit
the
together,
courthouse,
man.
So they're
She
going to have a
doesn't
lot of
miss a
inside
beat.
information. So please follow both of their channels for a lot of those details. And Gigi, I don't have the question here, but so many people were asking about it because you are the queen of getting prison calls. And some people said that they were surprised to hear
Gigi.
the prison calls during the testimony. They wanted to know if you were surprised and if you were going to somehow be able to get a hold of those calls and do a show or a breakdown or analysis, whatever you want to call it.
I've heard there are thousands of these calls. And of course, I'm going to file to get them. I might have to sell a child to be able to. I'm teasing. Y'all might see me on the street corner working to get money to buy Lori Vallow's jail calls. But no, yeah, I've heard there are a ton. They talked over 10 times a day, apparently. I mean, very frequently talking. I'm not surprised to hear it. I think anything that was heard on these jail calls that's relevant to the case, that shows the manipulation, that shows the control, whether it's by Lori or Chad, you bring it in. It's just, it shows them in a very
Wait a minute.
unguarded but unguarded way, talking to each.
Crimeology. What do you mean sub up with your alt accounts? People have alt accounts? Nuh-uh. No, they don't. I had an alt account. I had an alt account once. It was called BJ's. I think it was called BJ's Melted Marshmallow. That was my alt account. No, I didn't know Lori Hellis was here. Holla out to Hellis. What did she say? I missed it. I didn't see Lori in here. All these @ names are very confusing. There's Dental Lori. Dental Lori, learn from your mistakes. That's all. That's all. Brandon Hobbs spoke directly with Zulema. Oh. Where is... Oh, I don't see her. I missed her. I'm sorry, Lori Hellis.
Each other. So I think it's just good insight into the dynamics of the relationship. I think it was super smart to bring that in, especially because you got 2 dead kids, 2 dead spouses.
She loaned Lauren her car. Wow. Wowie wow.
And they are giggling. Like, this is no big deal. You know, you've got Lori talking about, well, the plan, we were told 3% chance of trouble. It's 100%. What is trouble? Getting caught. So I think it was very revealing and did nothing but just reiterate to this jury, these people did not care about these human lives, these precious people. It was all about their mission. So no, good call by them. They probably could have brought in another 1,000.
And I just want to pull up this photo because this is Lori and Chad there. And if you guys all remember when they were in Hawaii, even as the world was stopped following the news, looking for the children, they were just enjoying.
Look at Lauren. She's like, oh, that looks like me and John. Wow.
Themselves, having the time of their life. And so when I see this photo of them there smiling, loving each other, you know, so happy in their euphoric moment, it's pretty disturbing.
My God, Lindsay, I'm so glad you brought that up. I have a video for you, Lindsay.
To remember that during that time, I mean, everyone around them was having a very, very, very stressful time trying to figure out what was going on, where their kids were, what was happening. Did anyone know where they were? And here they are, just smiling, happy, calm.
Yeah, it blows your mind. I mean, you know, you just have to wonder, did they ever think that like Kay and Larry would never want to see JJ, that Colby would never want to see his sister and his brother again? I mean, that's what I always go back to is what did they just feel since these kids were on his property that they were good? Because really, you think about it, had they not took the shot at Brandon and had they just given JJ back to Kay and said, Tylee, go live with a friend, go live with your brother, they would have probably got away with Tammy and Charles's murder because that was deemed self-defense. Tammy was deemed natural. She was buried in the ground. It wasn't really until Brandon got shot at. And at the same time, you got Kay wanting to see her grandson. Had they given these kids to other people that have been still out there, probably living in a tent somewhere in Chad's property, you know, waiting on the end times. So that to me, you know, killing the kids was, I think, and shooting at Brandon, clearly. But I think that shot at Brandon was really because he was on top of it. He was Googling, found Tammy Daybell's obituary. We just found out he Googled her, Chad Googled her obituary. I didn't know that. I don't think that was said last year, where he's looking about the laws about digging, you know, exhuming a body. And then he looks for her obituary, which is interesting. Yeah, man, we've learned a lot of little nuggets. I had so many people say, not going to bother watching. It's going to be like version 2.0, the same thing. I disagree. This has been a completely different trial that has really made this more of a full picture than we've ever had.
It's almost over, guys.
This question is for you, Lauren. This is from Rabbit. It says, does Lauren think that when Chad said in the James and Elena story, she believes me, was that the bomb for the death penalty like it was for me? Was that the moment that you were taken aback?
Interesting. I think there's been a lot of moments. That was a good moment. That was a really good moment. But I think I think there are so many moments when Chad Daybell is saying, I'm getting rid of the children. Like you read the text earlier when he was saying, like, trust me, there's a plan to, like, he didn't say get rid of, but whatever the text where the jailhouse phone call was like, there's a plan. Trust me, it's good. I think there are so many. I think the day of Tylee was a death penalty day. They explained in detail about Tylee's remains. They explained it a lot last year, but they explained it more this year. And I think that was a big moment for the prosecution because that would, I think, get the death penalty.
And Gigi, in your mind, do you think there is reasonable doubt against moving forward with the death penalty? Like, do you have any concern? I know that
Thank you,
in
Jonathan,
all the chats,
for subbing up.
as people are watching this trial,
We
people
did it?
see
We did it? Oh my God, we did Jammer's Snaz. Flo, we did it. We did it. Thank you, Flo. Oh my God, I have to refresh to look. Hold on. Did we get 25K? Holy fuck, we did it. 2502. Thank you so much. I was looking for a video. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Thank you. Yay. That's awesome. Woo. Yeah, I was deep into a playlist looking for a video, and we had 25K, Cooters.
Thank you for your support.
Woohoo. Melissa Hex says 25K, Jack. Woohoo. Thank you so much, guys. All right, let's finish this out because then I've got another little nugget. We got 20 more from Snazzy. Oh my God, I'm going to be on the floor. Wow. Thank you so much, Snazzy, for gifting 20 more cooterships. I am humbled and I'm so thankful. Thank you so much.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Kiss my ass. Kiss his ass. Kiss your ass. Happy Hanukkah.
Wow, lots of love today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you got a cootership, make sure you thank the schnaz. And thank you guys for hitting 25K with me today. Woohoo! We hit a milestone together.
Hey, Cooter Clippers.
Thank you again. Me, thank you so much. She said congratulations with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you, moderators. Thank you, all the members, all the people that watch. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot.
A lot of the guilt. They see the witness, they see the testimonies, they see all of the evidence. But the question now is, will he get the death penalty, I think? And for you, is there any kind of doubt?
I think that it's very possible after what this jury has seen, just the photos alone, and combine that with the fact that nobody on that jury is going to believe Alex Cox was sneaking kids onto his property and burying them. I hope the prosecution really points out in closings, Lauren, and you can back this up. When we were shown the photos of the progression of them finding JJ, and once they had removed him, that was dug pretty much to his specific size. There was very little extra room. I hope that they bring up, what did Chad do? He was a sexton. Alex was on that property 17 minutes when JJ was buried. That grave was dug. What blows my mind is after being at Chad's property and seeing how visible the pet cemetery and JJ's burial site is, to think they did this.
Okay, I think I gotta stop this. I can't listen to this about JJ and stuff. Ugh, I'm gonna skip over it. Thank you, Dr. Vonda, for your generous super chat. She says congrats, and Tara Lee says congrats on 25K. Thank you so much. That's so generous. You guys are awesome. Happy holidays to all of you, and I just really appreciate your support. I do. We are at 25,005 subscribers. Thank you. I'm so glad that you guys found my channel as well. I really am grateful.
Brother out here.
I'm going to skip past the pet cemetery stuff because I really don't want to hear about all that. Okay, here's Lauren. And thank you again, you guys. I hope you all get cooterships for Christmas.
And when Santa squeezes his fat white ass down that chimney tonight, he's gonna find the jolliest bunch of assholes this side of the nut house.
Thank you, Wake and Bake.
And started an LLC called the Seven Gatherers. I just can't imagine.
Shout out to the Seven Gatherers.
Any other way 2 children are murdered and buried in his yard, and it was brutal. And then their spouses, and the death penalty is on the table. I don't know a way around it. Like I said, unless you want to blame, find someone to blame. I mean, even though like John Pryor came out of the gate blaming Lori, in the end, he blamed the police, he blamed the FBI, he blamed the raccoon, he blamed the Seven Gatherers, he blamed Melanie Gibb. Like, there's only one person, really, I think, in the end that they're going to see is responsible for this.
And don't forget the DNA on the tools, which we heard about last year. But again, that just solidifies it that it makes sense. These are tools in a shed, and it's got.
Yeah, I don't want to hear that. On a positive note, okay. Oh my goodness! Wow, thank you so much, Penny. Penny just dropped 50 on us, Jay. $50. Thank you.
You deserve it, Jay. Clapping hands emoji.
Clapping hands emoji. Clapping hands emoji. Clapping hands emoji. Thank you so much, Penny. That's so nice. Thank you. You guys are the bestest.
He's toast. This is all formality at this point.
All right, ladies, I just want to end on a positive note. I'm going to share something about Joel really quickly. This is from Gretchen. I was at Joel.
Yeah, she's like, I want to leave this on a positive note. Y'all are talking about these dead people and like all these like details.
Joel and Carm's book signing in Boston. It was yesterday. He had 2 different events. They really are that funny and nice in person. It was worth the hour-plus drive. Thank you, Gretchen. We love you. Plus, I got to spend the day with my hubby. Great day. Thank you so much to Gretchen. I just wanted to share this really quickly. This is a photo of Joel and his mom. If you guys don't know, they have a book out. It's called Surviving the Survivor.
Oh, okay. We're going to skip the whole promo and back to this.
And support all of our channels. All 3 of us will be at CrimeCon in Nashville. So we are going to have an in-person reunion. We all saw each other last CrimeCon, which was in Orlando. So I think we are going to be planning some kind of meetup. So if you guys are going to CrimeCon, stay tuned because I'm going to try to coordinate something with all of us so that we can try to meet all of the gems and alibuyers and STS Nation because I think that would be a really
We'll have
fun
a pool
meetup.
party. Why not?
Gigi, a closing statement, last words, anything?
I'm just ready for this to be over. And then we have Arizona for Charles and Brandon. And then, I think for me, I'm ready for Kay and Larry and everybody, Colby, everybody affected by all of this to have some time without judicial stuff hanging over their head. And then they can move on and try to find some normalcy that, and my heart goes out to them because they're not grieving in a way normal victims' families get to grieve. They're grieving on a world stage. Everybody has watched this process with them. I just hope that they get some peace and quiet. They can honor these kids and Charles and Tammy, for her family, the way they need to for themselves. But it's been a long haul. It's been nearly 4 years now. So time to wrap this stuff up. And I'm just curious if Chad eventually will get charged in Arizona. They waited till after Lori's stuff was finished last year and you had that one person on the stand. I thought he should have been charged. Also, there's no statute of limitations in Arizona. I thought that might have been a hint. So curious to see what happens. But for this trial, again, just justice for everybody. JJ, Tylee, Tammy, and Charles. And so I can't wait to be there next week and very full circle to be there and also get to see some of my favorite humans such as Miss Lauren. So looking forward to being there and bringing it to you for my listeners. And I know they all switch between Lauren and me and everybody and Nate. So, it's a group effort. So hopefully next week we'll be able to keep bringing it to you. And maybe we see some kids on the stand next week while I'm there. Just crossing my fingers, just saying.
Thank you so much, Gigi. And Lauren Maya says, I'm loving Lauren's coverage of this case too. My eyes have been way opened to Chad. So Lauren, what are your closing statements? Obviously,
Oh,
you've
Lord.
been there since
That's a
day
loaded
one
question.
in person. Anything to leave us with?
Thank you, K Pink.
Yeah, thank you. That was a kind comment.
That was a kind comment. Hey, K Pink, thank you for being in Cooterville for 1 month. And she says, congratulations. So well deserved. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate you guys recognizing the amount of time that I put into my channels. And I really, really, really appreciate it. I do.
I couldn't have said it better than Gigi, but this is a case. Everyone has their case, and this is my husband and I started on this case when we started our first podcast in 2020. It was actually before the children's bodies were even found. They were still missing at that time. It's been a long, long journey, and I'm so grateful so many family and people affected by these two will see justice. I do believe that we will see justice. It's heavy. It's real. This is the true and true crime. That true is such an important word in what we all do. And I am grateful to see this full circle. Thank you for that comment. I just want to share, when my husband and I started our podcast, he's a criminal and forensic psychologist and has been doing that for 30 years. And I was a TV reporter. That's exactly how it started is our first 5 podcasts. Well, the world was focusing on Lori. I think our first 5 podcasts were about Chad. And even though we're getting yelled at, talk about Lori, even I was yelling at my husband, can we talk about Lori yet? He's like, nope, Chad. And so this is I just a long time coming, a full circle moment. And thank you for those that support the family in this. And
her cheeks are like knobs. I want to turn them. I want to turn her down like a volume knob. Just turn it down. Just turn that motherfucker down. Girly Tang, thank you for your generous $19.99 super chat. I appreciate you and thank you for celebrating with me.
JJ and Tylee and Tammy never ever be forgotten. Charles too, but this isn't his trial yet. So Tammy, JJ, and ever be forgotten.
What?
Charles too, but this isn't his trial yet.
Now why you gotta say that? Charles too, but this isn't his trial yet. Lauren got kicked out 2 times, Janice? For what? Why does it matter if it's his trial or not? She's so gross. So gross. Girly, I really appreciate your generosity. All of you. Penny. Oh my gosh. Just so nice. Thank you.
Tylee and Tammy never ever be forgotten. Charles too, but this isn't his trial yet. So Tammy, JJ, and Tylee, I hope.
Oh, so we can forget Charles until it's his trial? You're such a stupid bitch.
Family in this, and may JJ and Tylee and Tammy never ever be forgotten. Charles too, but this isn't his trial yet. So Tammy, JJ, and Tylee, I hope we see justice, and then I hope that let's never forget them. Let's never ever forget them.
True. We can laugh about these stupid things like the text and everything, but really at the end of the day, I mean, 4 people are dead because because
Why are you smiling, Lauren? 4 people are dead. She's like, oh yeah, yeah, I'm well aware. Grins ear to ear. Caw-caw, caw-caw.
But really, at the end of the day, I mean, 4 people are dead because
Thank you,
because
Bex.
obvious reasons. There were storms brewing and all that, but that's
Dark humor is good. It gets us through. Dark humor can get us through.
It does get us through. Gallows humor, I talk to family and they're like, I'm all for it because you have to laugh sometimes, but ultimately it's just for me, the lost innocence, what JJ could have become, what Tylee was so close to becoming as a 16-year-old, nearly an adult, Tammy, grandkids, Charles,
What? Not standing for the jurors, and the bailiff saw her interacting on a sidebar with Zulema while she was on the stand? Interacting how? And thank you, Tracy Burton. Mrs. Mojo Rising. Did I hear him say he's been one for 30 years? I've heard him say he's been one for a lot of different years. Thank you, Reputa the Beauty.
Raising JJ, it's just it really is such a loss. And but yeah, we started the podcast today. They found the kids' bodies back when I had a co-host, Fruit Loop. So it is full circle for us. You guys started, before they found them, but there's a lot of us that
not sure I'd get my true crime news from Fruit Loop, but okay.
That have been so invested and listeners too.
Yes.
And I think everybody just as a group's like, let's get this done. Let's get justice. He can just fade away into the bowels of the prison. And we might see some documentary every couple of years on these two. And that's it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you to both of you guys. You guys do a phenomenal job. And for full disclosure, we are airing the trial on this channel, but I also tune in and I watch you guys because you guys have been there. You guys have been covering it from day one.
Wow. Yeah, that was a little uncomfortable. She's like, for full disclosure, like I'm hosting y'all and we're streaming the trial too. Just saying.
And we might see some documentary every couple of years on these two. And that's it.
Yeah.
You loved Fruit Loop? Was Fruit Loop nice? Oh, hell yeah, Angel. I did a whole stream on it. Like 2 weeks ago, I did a whole stream on it.
You guys do a phenomenal job. And for full disclosure, we are airing the trial on this channel, but I also tune in and I watch you guys because you guys have been there. You guys have been covering it from day one. You guys know so much. You're invested. You know the community. You know the families affected. And so it really is meaningful to hear from both of you. And I am.
Oh, that's so nice of Fruit Loop. She started a nonprofit shelter for abused women. Much respect to Fruit Loop. Don't judge a name, I guess, is the lesson here. Hey, Hidden True Slime. I didn't get to say hi to you today.
Very lucky to know both of you guys, and I feel honored that we are able to have these conversations and learn more and hear your insights. So thank you to both of you. I just do have a quick programming note for anyone.
Wait, she was her psychic or sidekick? Oh, her sidekick. Okay.
Watching, if you guys have been following the Charlie Adelson saga, we do have a show tonight on our main channel, Surviving the Survivor, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time, live with Joel.
I think this is over. This is pretty much over. Fruit Loop is Gigi's school buddy. They grew up together. How nice. That's cool. Lauren was kicked out during Chad's trial for not standing for the jurors and for interacting with Zulema. Huh. Ooh. I did a follow-up to Angel. There's another one on her brother or on her lawyer. I went over the Rico. I've got a whole Rico live. Lauren is good friends with Joel still?
Ooh, that will scare somebody.
Are you guys ready for the next nugget I found? We got one more nugget. I went digging. This is one of my favorite lawyers on YouTube. I know a lot of some of you may not know Scott Reich, but Scott Reich has been around since I've been around. Okay. We started our podcast around the same time. And actually there's an interview of me on Scott Reich's channel. He interviewed me back in 2021 or 2020, something like that. Anyways, I love Scott Reich. I think he's the most underrated lawyer on YouTube. Crime Talk aficionado, I have been since 2018. So this video right here is from 3 years ago. Okay, we're going back in time. 3 years ago, this is September 16th of 2022. He says Lori Hellis pulls out the big guns. Let's talk about it. Now, did you know that Lori Hellis was on his show several times. If you go to Scott Reich's channel, I'm going to give you the link right now, and you just search Lori Hellis. There are a lot of videos. They did live streams together. They talked about the Daybell case and stuff. Yeah, he's got his own plane. He owns a strip club. The dude's got it going on. And he's a lawyer. He's a real lawyer in Denver. He had 3,000 when you subscribe. Yeah. All right. So I want to share this with you guys. Let's go ahead and watch this.
Lori Hellis. For those of you who are not familiar, Lori Hellis is a retired criminal defense attorney. She's writing a book. Oh, and by the way, she's written a couple of motions that have been filed in the Lori Vallow Chad Daybell matters. And, you know, she wants access to everything that's in the court record. I think she's correct. Judge Boyce has kind of harassed her, in my humble opinion, by citing rules that he wouldn't cite as it relates to anybody else. So she pulled out the big guns, all right? And I think it's worth noting, and we can try to put this up here for you as I read through it, but it's interesting. And then I want to highlight a couple of things. I think we may be getting close to the issues regarding prosecutorial misconduct. So let's sit down and listen to the letter written by Lori Hellis to Justice, that's right, Supreme Court Justice in Idaho, Gregory Moeller. Why would she be writing to him? Well, he's the head of the media committee for the court. If you aren't familiar with it, Supreme Courts, they are the administrators of the courts. They're the ones that change the rules. But before you can do anything like that, before you can change the rules and say, oh, we're going to change this to a comma instead of a period, amend the rules, conduct disciplinary hearings, all those types of things, like any good governmental agency, what do they need? They need to have committees to study things for a long time till nobody cares about it anymore, and then suddenly they pass it. Well, they have a media committee in Idaho, apparently. All right. So this is the letter from Lori Hellis to Justice Gregory Moeller. Dear Justice Moeller, I am writing to you because you are the head of the media committee for the court. As I understand it, the Idaho Supreme Court either has or had a media and court conflicts resolution panel that was also known as the Fire Brigade. Unfortunately, I have not discovered how one refers a matter to this panel, so I am contacting you directly. I am a retired criminal defense lawyer, licensed and inactive in Oregon and Arizona. I am an author under contract with a publisher to write a book about the Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell cases. The case numbers are, and she cites them all, the case is assigned to your Fremont County District Court successor, Judge Stephen Boyce. I've been covering this case since the beginning, and I've recently found information that I find very troubling. Since the case began in March of 2020, Judge Boyce has ordered what is, in my experience, an unusual number of documents sealed. The number of sealed documents led me to research the criteria for sealing documents in Idaho cases. I discovered that Judge Boyce has not followed the procedure set out in ICAR 32. He did not hold a hearing after notifying parties and interested parties and did not make written findings. Her letter seems rather reasonable so far, doesn't it? As a media member, I filed motions on July 30th, 2022 to unseal the documents, filed a motion to intervene in the case, and challenged the sealed documents. Judge Boyce denied my motion on August 18th, 2022, finding that my motion to intervene was not a proper filing in Idaho. I revised the motions and refiled them on August 24th, 2022. I purposely omitted my home mailing address in my motion and sent it to the court in a separate letter. The court didn't accept that and rejected my filing the same day, pursuant to ICR Rule 2.3A4. I then rented a mailbox and refiled the documents on Friday, August 25th, 2022. The motions remained in the Fremont County Court's Odyssey e-filing inbox under review for 7 days before they were returned late on Friday afternoon for an error in the document footer. It's clear that the court has instructed the clerk to comb the documents for any mistakes and is playing games to avoid hearing the motions. I have now refiled my motions for the 4th time. As I'm sure you know, the Daybell case has garnered international attention.
Or Daybell.
I write a popular blog about the legal issues in this case and have appeared on 2 popular YouTube true crime programs discussing the case. People interested in the case know me, so after I filed my motions to unseal the documents, I was contacted by an internet detective. This person is an avid internet researcher and gave me some troubling information. Here it comes, ladies and gentlemen.
Uh-oh.
Is this the basis for the prosecutorial misconduct? Let's read on. Early in the case, the internet detective researched all the people involved and found some social media posts that bothered them. It seems that several people close to the case, including the judges, the prosecutors, and law enforcement officers were posting inappropriate comments online. The internet detectives, who wishes to remain anonymous, documented their findings and sent copies to both the prosecution and the defense. Judge Boyce and Judge Eddings, prosecutors and law enforcement, may have been in a county employee Facebook group. It's difficult to substantiate since they have all scrubbed their social media accounts. Mr. Daybell's attorney, John Pryor, filed motions based on this information. First, he asked to dismiss the indictment because of irregularities in the grand jury. I speculate that at least one of the jurors must have seen the information in the Facebook group posts. Judge Boyce denied the defense motion. Next, Mr. Pryor filed a motion to dismiss the case and or to disqualify all three prosecutors. Judge Boyce also denied those motions. Mr. Pryor then sought leave to file an interlocutory appeal of the decision. Today, the court held a hearing on that motion. The hearing was, of course, closed to the public. All motions, hearings, documents, and information associated with those motions have been sealed. I understand Judge Boyce has also issued a secret sealed gag order in the case. This level of secrecy is alarming and likely illegal. The First Amendment protects access to criminal matters to ensure that the government is doing its job properly. That transparency ensures that the defendants receive a fair trial and victims' families can be assured that justice has been served. It is impossible to fully explore the extent of the possible prejudice to the defendant in this case because of the level of secrecy. Yet each time Judge Boyce seals another document, he claims he is doing so to protect the defendant's right to a fair trial. In fact, it appears Judge Boyce has engaged in a systematic cover-up of the possible misconduct of the prosecutors, law enforcement, himself, and his judicial colleagues. As recently as August 25th, he entered another order reaffirming the sealing of all of the documents relating to the misconduct, doubling down.
I'm going to let him finish this because I want to hear his take on this. There's only I don't know, another couple minutes left, but hear him out. Let him explain.
In the meantime, my motion to unseal the document is repeatedly rejected so that Judge Boyce does not have to rule on them and risk opening the documents. While the pretrial social media posts were ill-advised, possibly prejudicial, and in violation of the rules of professional conduct, specifically 3.6, it is the systemic cover-up of the information that is most troubling. Yesterday, Ms. Val's attorney filed a motion to exclude cameras from the courtroom for future court proceedings. Unfortunately, that motion has the potential to further limit the access of the press to the proceedings. Your Honor, I sincerely hope I am wrong. But as a former officer of the court, myself, and as a lifelong advocate for the rule of law and the Constitution, I can't sit by and watch these government officials subvert justice. I hope you can assist me in bringing this conspiracy of silence to the open. And signed it, Lori A.G. Hellis, J.D., and it went to Judge Boyce, Judge John Schinderling, Rob Wood, Lindsay Blake, John Pryor, Jim Archibald, and John Thomas. So, is that the reason? Was it, in fact, that the prosecution or team for law enforcement was making inappropriate posts? Well, I don't know. I think Lori Hellis has been right on lots of things. I haven't seen any of these inappropriate posts, but if they're there, I think that would certainly be ripe for certain investigation. And maybe the court has made its ruling and perhaps it's well-founded. But until we get to see that, I guess we'll just never know. So the big guns are coming out. Judge Boyce won't give her an audience. Maybe the justice of the Idaho Supreme Court will give her some help with this committee that's supposedly there to resolve disputes between the media and the courts. I guess we'll have to wait and see how that one turns out. It's getting interesting, ladies and gentlemen. And you know what they say, it's not the crime usually that gets them, it's the cover-up, so to speak. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see.
All right, so that was a good little nugget to find, but if you go here, hold on. My computer must be.
Welcome to STS. If it's your first time here.
Let's go to Crime Talk. Go here. And if you type in this little box right here, you're going to see how many times she was on his channel. It might be interesting to go back and watch. We have this one. Let's talk Lori Vallow Daybell, Eliza Fletcher with Lori Hellis and more. Talking Lori Vallow Daybell case with the good Lori. Why is Judge Boyce not acting on Lori's motions? Talking Vallow Daybell matter with the good Lori. I mean, she was on here a lot. And then this big guns one. Right. Take note, Walwyn. there's just a lot of leakage and a lot of stuff that we're finding, you know. So anyways, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this one up. We have gone a long stream. But I really appreciate you guys getting us to 25K today. I mean, that's amazing. I'm going to actually set up a redirect to my friend Para Woman. She is live right meow. And it looks like she might be doing call-ins. I'm not sure. But I'm going to set that up. But thank you guys so much for your generosity today and getting us to 25K. So fucking awesome. Really is. I'm glad you guys are enjoying your time here in Cooterville. Let's go ahead. We got that set up. All right, there we go. It was long, but it was well worth it. Thank you again, everybody. Let's get into the Cooter DeVille. What do you think? Should we cease and desist to the Cooter DeVille? Thank you to the 7 gatherers who made their appearance today. Love you, ladies. We got your back through this mess, if you will.
A Cooter DeVille. I think the devil drives a Cooter DeVille.
It was a wonderful
I saw the
stream.
dreadlocks
Because
over
of
the
you
hill.
guys.
Not against
Thank you again.
her will. I got time to kill way down in Cootersville. Okay.
Thank you, Brandy Boo. Let's roll those credits. We got a lot of Cooters to thank today. Let's see if it's going to pop up for me. And then we will rock this one out, and then we'll head over to Para Woman Radio. Let's try that again. This is too important. We had way too many Cooters to let this go. I need to get this straight. Bye, Dental Lori. Have a good day today. I'll see you guys on Friday. Tomorrow night we're doing call-ins. That ought to get interesting, right? Come on. See, it's like I have to force these credits out. They're like tucked away in the Cooter. Yeah. Fuck, it's not going to work. Come on. Looks like I'm lagging, but thank you guys all for your support. I'm sorry. It was a flop, but we're doing a call-in tomorrow night. I think I have it set for 7 or 8 tomorrow night. I got to figure out why these Cooterville credits don't come on when I want them to. It's really getting maddening. We just have way too many Cooters. I think we broke the Cooter credits. So we're just going to head on over to Para Woman Radio. Let her know that you came from Cooterville and hit the like button on your way out and hit the like button on the way in to her stream. And yeah, I just had a big... Have a great night. See y'all tomorrow.